Starting to slowly roll back the later starts, but I am still struggling a little bit to get everything done on time. However, it is also fair to say, as far as the week's videos are concerned, I'm finally caught up, and that's going to mean that I get caught up on a couple of other things that I want to do. And overall, I think we're going to be in a better place. So thank you for your patience with me. Let me bring Stellaris up real quick. Oh, nuts. Sorry. I forgot to check if I had quality options. I did see that the stream was still running. I hope you've all been doing well. We're in an interesting place in Stellaris because I'm very much enjoying the DLC. But it has already been true for me that I do tend to play the game quite slowly. And I think that that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because one of the things that's been sort of nice as a player of Paradox games has been that Stellaris and generally these grand strategy games have grown very rapidly, and more people are playing them. But of course, as a smaller broadcaster, I've had a very uneven sort of benefit from that. People tend to stick with people that they like watching. So it's really wonderful when a very large streamer will come in and play a big game, because it draws attention to it, and these games are always more fun when you have more people. But it does, of course, mean that I also am very low on the rankings of things. And so my own feeling has sort of been that I'm sort of like a nice little bottom feeder, which will stick with the game for a long time. So the initial impressions obviously will go to the people who do have established audiences and really, really good at generating that. And that's it's very easy to get into some territory where it sounds resentful of that. And that is definitely not where that's coming from, because again, I don't play these games if I don't enjoy them, and enjoying them is, having lots of people to share these games with is one really big thing to enjoy from them. Obviously, there have been people who've grown as a result of Stellaris. I think it may be fair to say that my channel might have been smaller if not for Stellaris and some of these other games. But obviously, YouTubers like Aspec and that really have grown through Stellaris, and that's very much not the kind of content that I do. So it's a trade-off, right? If you like sticking around with Stellaris and you enjoy a more long-term play, this works really well. And sort of my hope is that I kind of keep the flame alive, so that the interest in the game is not just in the the first few weeks of launch. But unfortunately, that does sometimes mean that there will be a few episodes where not a whole lot happens, and I'm a little conscious of that. And in some cases, I would be going to sort of 3-speed a little bit more often than I do inside of this. But I also really enjoy answering the questions for everyone. And so that's actually why I wanted to bring that up. Obviously, I don't need to talk about the environment of streaming this game, but it was one really nice thing that happened last week, which I appreciated, was all of the really kind words about the writing. Because it's something that I like doing. I don't know if I could say I feel a sense of pride about it, but it's at least something that I sometimes don't always think gets recognized, and it actually made me feel really good that so many of you appreciated that work and had such nice things to say about it. So thanks, folks. We've got Zankoshu, good evening to you, and Cool Fats, good evening to you as well. Thank you very much for coming in right at the start. So, as the title suggests, we've sort of been boxed in by crises for the last few turns. First the Endurga Horde, and now the Grey Tempest. We've got a huge increase to our Empire Sprawl, something that I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to solve. We'll probably largely approach it the same way that we did the last time that we had a big plug of Empire Sprawl. The good news is that while there will be some sectors that I sort of gobble up, the colonization of new planets is definitely going to be scaled back a bit. It certainly would not hurt to take, we're on Terra Z, even go up to the Flumph system. These would all be really great acquisitions for sure. But they're not quite the same high priority that maybe taking some of these other ones were. And so that's going to be one focus. Also, it wouldn't hurt to maybe direct some forces to take out the hostile fleets. And then we are eventually going to be doing some political maneuvering. But of course, one thing I also need to keep conscious of is we've actually hit the limit of the naval capacity. So there are going to be some upgrades to my stations. It'd be nice to get those in place. Also, now that we've got basically all of the systems within my borders that I'm likely going to have in the near term, it's really time for me to finally put down these final star bases, get my trade networks in place, and sort of just finally solidify that. And there's essentially, that's going to lead to one of two outcomes. Either we are going to feel strong enough to be able to start a war with the Vitresis Hive, or we are going to feel like we're in a position where we can try and go after the Grey Tempest. Now, the Grey Tempest is going to be a little bit harder to get a handle on, for the simple reason that we don't have any L-gates. It is possible that this is actually the only... It's possible that this is the only L-gate in the galaxy. I'm a little doubtful about it, but of course, if we can't find it, it's as good as the only one. So of course, this brings... this definitely means that my science ships are going to have a really important role. I'm still going to let them kind of go on autopilot, but definitely there is some interest in being able to see what's inside of these regions. We can finally get in touch with the final Fallen Empire. And then for me, again, in addition to just trying to bring the Empire sprawl under control, get the consumer goods up, just generally handling all of those eventualities, I do kind of need to think generally, what does the next step, once I'm done filling in all of the gaps, what do the future steps look like? So let's actually get started with that. I know it's a little tedious to see me like audit all of my planets each time, but I do think it is a useful exercise, particularly when I have a few worlds that maybe haven't been carefully considered in terms of what I want them to do. So one thing is just to make sure that all of the jobs are where I want them to be. And then after that, I want to try and make sure that I've built the buildings that are most consistent with sort of the long-term goals. So for instance, here we've got a forge world. Maybe it was a little surprised to find out the number of slaves on this one. But given that we had slaves, a slave processing facility made a lot of sense. And just to be able to double check that, some of my goals are being hit. So another great example of this would be right now we're gaining 250 food. And while I think it's absolutely true that I can benefit from, while I think it's true that all of the other, I'm still trying to remember why I put 3 temples on this world. I won't complain about it. It's true that we're going to try and raise the number of pops very high on this planet, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. I do want to maybe be a little bit more conscious of, just sort of, am I building too many extra bread baskets? There are definitely a couple of extra agricultural worlds that I made in sort of in anticipation. This is a really great example here. So Epsilon Indi, I was very clearly putting towards agriculture districts. I don't think that's the appropriate choice anymore. I think this is definitely a case where we can turn this one into something that produces consumer goods. So I'm actually going to start that right now. We're going to replace this with a couple of industrial districts. I suspect this is going to mean that we have unemployment in the lower classes. Nope, we actually are not using any of those farmers, so that's good news there. The fact of the matter is we just simply have better farms. The other thing we will do is we'll replace this food processing center, and let's put a... We've already got 2 temples, so I think that's more than enough. I actually don't know what I want to replace this with. Stronghold. Okay, we're already on our path for generators here. This is pretty much looking the way that I want it to. Oh, actually, also, doesn't hurt for me... feel like I skipped over a couple that I shouldn't have. Let's also change this designation to an industrial world. So this should hopefully have a little bit more of an established population that'll help me be able to get some of those consumer goods up. So Lemsa is pretty much at the point where we're just going to keep building civilian industries and then possibly the replicator complexes. Okay, Wentwork is already a tech world, so we're happy with that. Okay, so this world seems a little confused as to what it wants to be. Let's start by calling it a generator world. Better still. Mad King Brutos? Yeah, time does fly. Really lovely to see you again. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised simply because I rather thought that you'd subscribed again recently. But I guess it's been a month. So thank you so much. As always, I never want to rely on those subscriptions, but they are ones that I appreciate tremendously. I hope you're doing well. I suspect you must be done your time away from work, if memory serves. But one way or the other, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're healthy, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, so yeah, this is a small planet. But yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to switch this to generators. We're going to throw up an energy grid, and this will actually eventually become an administrative center. But we'll get a few extra energy credits out of this. All right, so I freaked out a little bit about my minerals, but I actually don't think this is a bad place to be. So my rural world will give me build speed bonuses and a 10% bonus as opposed to a 25% bonus. So I lose 10% of the minerals and I gain 25 on the energy credits. Now the fact of the matter is that so clearly I prioritize generator districts over mining districts. So let's make this a generator world, but I'm going to have it both ways, and I'm going to generate a mineral purification plant as well. Unfortunately, we kind of seem to be, like, that seems to be it for the planet. Unless I start building some more city districts, we're sort of done for... Oh my god, and gas extraction wells? Okay, well clearly we need to replace one of these with a city district, because I'm going to be able to build another well. So we may also have to wind up replacing the mineral refiner, but for now we'll stick with that. We both know you rely off my bits, and right now you're a week off because your knee's been unstable for the last few days and the doctor wants you to play it safe. Fair enough. I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but we did complete the playthrough where we named all the rebel buildings after you. The rebels won, so I suppose you can feel secure in that. And Zankosha says, Twitch has 2 sub anniversaries, so you can actually trigger the alert twice in 1 month. Usually it's at the start of the month and the actual anniversary of your sub. That's really neat to know, Zankoshu. I'll be sure to abuse that in in the channels that I'm subscribed to. I never knew that. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the way that this industrial world's looking right now. It just needs populations, so we're gonna keep that on its own. And then Fact Secundus, I think we're in the same boat. Oh, actually, interesting. We decided to put a bunch of mining districts down here. I might have actually let the pendulum swing the other way on this one. Also, Dust Caverns, I've been really neglecting the natural... Well, this is one of the reasons I've been doing this. So I've been really neglecting the natural endowments of these worlds. So I want to be a little more careful about that and make sure that I'm expanding out the details. Hey, M124X Sniper. How you doing? For those of you who don't know the Sniper, because of course it says first time here, we've actually got, this is a viewer from Brian on the Rocks chat. So I will actually just caution you, Sniper. I know you are a really big fan of Apex Legends. Stellaris is about as far as I could possibly get from that game here. This is my usual Monday game, so this might not be your cup of tea. On the other hand, if you are open to new things, I am fairly far into the game here, but that doesn't mean that I can't explain what's going on. So I'm super happy to have you by. I thank you. There's a lot of people who always say, it's like, hey, I'll check out your channel, and I never do. I actually really appreciate that you did. But I'm also a little bit conscious of the fact that Brian has been really supportive of me. And this is probably the most likely stream to disappoint people from his channel. So fair warning in advance. So sorry to put you on the spot if you didn't want to be identified as a fan of Brian's stuff, but he's a good guy, so I'm assuming that's no hardship to be associated with a good person. Okay, so we're already getting the bonuses from the high quality minerals. This is a forge world. I don't really think there's anything for me to do here. I mean, maybe I'll build a stronghold at some point, but that seems a little premature. It's probably going to be a very similar dance between trying to build enough industrial districts and city districts to get the bonuses that I want. Okay, so this is another example of an aggro world where maybe I don't actually need another aggro world. On the other hand, what do I want it for? Well, let's start by... Actually, let's do the same thing that we did with the other aggro world. We'll convert them into generators. We'll replace this thing with a energy grid. And again, I don't know why I have two temples here, but we'll maybe do an administrative complex for it as well. So we'll turn this into another administrative center. That's great to hear. Thank you. All right. So this, we kind of already know where we're going. I'm not quite sure why I didn't build an energy grid, because this is clearly going to become an energy world. And extra society research from jobs, so definitely extra temples will make sense here, but Japan's already on its way to becoming an industrial world. Hang on, sorry. I forgot to check for abandoned private homesteads. Dust caverns, we probably already handled that. Yeah. Okay. So I'm okay with the existing industrial worlds right now. Chalk Secundus. Right, I didn't know what I wanted to do with this world. It's relatively small, so maybe this is another one. I'm a little worried about the number of administrative complexes that I'm building here, because that's going to put a big strain on my consumer goods. On the other hand, maybe this is the time that I actually get this, you know, crack this nut. So let's add another. I'm going to commit to a bureaucratic center on this one for sure. Chalk's Prime is pretty much destined to become either an industrial world or a forge world. I think in this case here, it's pretty clear that I want to put consumer goods on it. Similar story here. Now, one thing that is potentially rather dangerous is that I ran into this trap before, where just because the number of potential industrial districts looks high relative to the other worlds, like what you want to take a look at is what your other options are. So like, this is why this world would have been a candidate for sort of another farming world. I actually might have just gotten rid of all of my farming worlds now that I think of it. Yeah, definitely did that for that one. So you know what, maybe the one with 9 slots is the backup that I want. Let's just take a look at what else we've got on the list. Okay, actually, Borobo Secundus is... Oh, but it's such a big world. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna backtrack. So I do want at least 1 second agricultural world. But that's it. But yeah, so the trap that I'm talking about is the fact that it looks like, just relatively some of these other, like some of these planets look like they're just designed for industry, where in reality, some of the planets might actually have sort of a comparative advantage in something like energy, and because it just looks like, because there's a lot of orange in this column, you immediately think, oh, well, this will be great for industry. It's like, well, it is great for industry on the condition that you're generating enough minerals to get through this, so... I've been doing more Cultist Simulator and rewatching my streams on YouTube. It really helped you wrap your head around things, on how to work your way through things like dungeons. Thank you again for the knowledge. No problem, Zankoshu. I actually got a couple of new episodes done for the Apostle Obstinate playthrough, which I realize isn't that great for first-timers. But it's I've been enjoying that run as for a while. And actually, I also really appreciate hearing that, because I've noticed for... a solid like 95% of comments, Cultist Simulator is like universally positive. But what's kind of funny about that game as well is that I think I'm going to put in some extra generator districts, but this will ultimately be I'm going to make this another industrial world. I'm kind of overcompensating on industry, but we'll build some extra forge worlds to compensate. But yeah, I've noticed that every once in a while people will look at that introductory guide that I did, and like they will leave complaints about the game, and like I kind of want to like I want to be careful about it, because obviously, it can be like, what am I really gaining by starting a fight on the internet, right? But on the other hand, it's like, I'm not Weather Factory. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I play the game, I like the game, and it's kind of weird to like walk in when somebody's talking about how much they enjoy something. They just turn around and say, it's like, well, I don't like this thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm terribly sorry that this wasn't for you, but I'm not quite sure what my role in, in making this thing work for you is. Like, I don't know. Like, so, it's just one of these things where every once in a while when people say, I'm just taking a second here to see if there's anything that's not a continental world so that I can make it a little more habitable. Just every once in a while to have a nice little shift back in the other direction to, keep my sanity is nice and appreciated. Okay. So these things actually seem to rather like this world. But of course, we are the leading species, so we are going to terraform this thing. It's relatively cheap to do, and I get a kind of a bonus to production, for the most part. Obviously, the slaves won't necessarily like it. Oh god, there's a lot. I guess I kind of just rushed colonizing them without really thinking about the habitability. That's not true, but I will at least wait until it's colonized before I start messing with it. Okay, you can actually use the game as a chill way to open a stream and get your jaw-enunciating words before you kick off on other simulators or indie games. You're part of the inspiration for that. Keep it up. Oh, that's really nice to say, to read, Zenkoshu. I appreciate that tremendously. Okay, so sorry for that little time in reviewing my domain, but I think we're a little bit closer to getting back on track as far as our future construction is concerned. The next thing I'm going to be turning my attention to is my navy, so that's going to mean building and upgrading a bunch of my star bases. However, we are a little short on alloys at the moment, so we'll take care of that when the time comes. I don't think I want to use my influence to activate the to activate the artifact. I am, however, going to reverse engineer alien technology. Study the artifacts has advanced some of our research, and we can't proclaim a religious revelation yet, but maybe we'll do a peaceful application. So what aspect shall we focus on? An ancient fad for happiness, consumer goods upkeep reduced, that wouldn't be bad. Battery miniaturization for lower amenities usage, or management insights for leader experience gain or trust growth. Both of them would be good. Let's say efficient manufacturing for now, just so that we can save some of our consumer goods. Okay, we've got Durasteel infrastructure, so that's an extra building slot, I believe, for every world, and then 25% bonus for colony development speed. That was because we're sort of doing the last of our colonization. If we didn't get this tech, it wouldn't have been useful to us at any other time. So advances in metallurgy permit us to build vastly larger and more durable structures, greatly improving the infrastructure of our colonies. So Paradise Dome is cheap, but I'm unlikely to really build it. On the other hand, it's also the cheapest tech that I have available. The alternative would be upgraded capital buildings, which will give me added productivity, but a higher cost for jobs. So let's do the Paradise Dome just because I don't want a 20% boost to costs at a time when I'm trying to balance the budget. You like alloys? Do you like metals and gases? Hard workers? Precious minerals? Yes, we thought you might. What can you offer us? We have good workers for you. Good lifters, draggers, pullers, cleanest, healthy, clever. Give us 500 alloys and we shall send 4 racket pops to one of your planets. What? Criminal records? Afraid we lost the papers. Alright, so I do really want alloys. On the other hand, pops are one of the biggest limitations of my empire right now. I need more hands working all of my tiles. So we accept your deals. Deal, a pleasure. Joy to work with the Black Codex. We'll visit again. In the end, I'm generating 159 alloys a turn, so that's about, we'll say about 3 months worth of production, but that's definitely more than 3 months worth of more than 3 months worth of growth that we just got there. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to try as far as edicts are concerned. Nothing really influence-wise that I want to try.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
Okay, this is always good news, so we will do one of my shake and bake colonies. So, gene clinics and a temple. So again, this would be a fairly good world for mining. Size 17. It may not be a bad idea to throw a few more generator districts in, so that would take up a third of the potential slots for industry. I think in this case here, we're gonna... We'll just kind of spread it out. And the big question for me, to be honest, is whether or not this is a forge world or a consumer goods world. Because the thing is that for 156, like in terms of overall production, right now I'm generating 246.59 alloys. I'm generating 459.18 in terms of consumer goods. So overall, I'm really not generating that much in terms of alloys. And part of that, the other thing is though, oh, hang on, but 100 of that's from trades. Like right now, I'm actually not generating enough in terms of consumer goods. So it wouldn't hurt for me to just try and get that war machine going a little bit better. But again, we'll see how it goes. Dram is short on workers, but we're already building the generators and the industrial district, so that shouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, this world is short on specialists.
System survey complete.
But they have to be fine. Actually... Oh, you know what? It's because I got rid of the temple. Almost certainly because I got rid of the temple. But they'll be fine with the administrative offices, so just as long as they don't decay. Okay, so we built a... Right, that was an upgrade for a starbase. How's the resolution going? So we're working on cooperative research channels. Looks like it has support, so unless the Vitresis Hive decides to abandon the measure, we're in good shape. I do have a plan to sort of try and become the leader of the galactic community, but if I do that, I want to make sure that I go all the way and sort of repeal the term limits and such. And I'm not quite built to be able to pull that off yet. Alright, the shroud is accessible. We see, and yet we do not see. There is so much to learn about this place. Reach into the shroud.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
In one of the lower planes of the shroud, we encounter a spirit that has ensconced itself behind some kind of powerful psionic shield. Leave. Oh god. Attempt to penetrate the shield. We did not venture deep into the shroud, only to be turned back now. After channeling all of their psionic might, our telepaths were able to form a breach in the shield large enough for some of them to peer through. We do not know what those telepaths saw on the other side of the shield, but it was enough to permanently unhinge their minds. Their sacrifice was not in vain, however, as the act of breaching the shield taught us how to generate a similar force field. If the technique can be refined, we may be able to form psionic shields large enough to encompass entire starships. Alright, so we've got too much of a surplus of food. I think I am going to wind up selling it on the market, which is not great because we don't get a whole lot for it, but obviously we have a ton, so... In fact, we have several tons. Phase Disruptor, extremely high yield disruptors that fire quantum energy charges, causing incredible damage to those unfortunate enough to get in their way. Let's do... I can't believe we haven't exploited dark matter yet, so that's a pretty obvious choice. And we have found the Lodge. The excavation of the ancient structure found near the valley's entrance is proceeding according to plan. Many artifacts have been discovered, most of which seem to be variations of hunting weapons and trophies. A partially translated sign, which appears to denote the name of the structure, reads, Valley of Markvel, Hunting Large Primus. Curious. So this is the fossilized... We'll do the whole event because we'll almost certainly run into some extra events as always. So fossilized remains. Fossilized remains from several different species that do not appear to have been indigenous to Lyram Prime have been found in a large and secluded valley on the planet. They all date from roughly the same time period within the span of a few centuries, some 3.6 million years ago. Each of these species seem to have evolved in their own unique biosphere, and all appear to have been sapient. Strangely, every fossilized individual found so far shows signs of having met a violent end. More remains. Archaeologists have unearthed more and more fossilized remains in this valley, and the count is now up to 26 distinct sapient species, none of them native to Lyram Prime. Those fossils have been sufficiently preserved to determine a cause of death. Let's try that again. Those fossils that have been sufficiently preserved to determine a cause of death all point towards physical trauma inflicted by blades, spears, or arrows. Not a single specimen appears to have been felled by the equivalent of modern projectile or energy weapons. The ruins of a small structure of some sort have been found near the entrance of the valley. It appears to originate from the same time period as the fossils. Perhaps it will shed some light on things. And what we found, the Lodge. The excavation of the ancient structure found near the valley's entrance is proceeding according to plan. Many artifacts have been discovered, most of which seem to be variations of hunting weapons and trophies. A partially translated sign, which appears to denote the name of the structure, reads, Valley of Markvel, Hunting Lodge Primus. I am tempted to try and take out the Ether Drake. It's just I won't really gain the benefits unless I can somehow incorporate that territory or this empire into my own holdings. So we're really not in any condition to take on the Tempest. Oh, I'm paused. We need to grab the expansions and have at this again. Obviously, the best time to pick up the expansions would certainly be when the when it's on sale. I think most of them are 50% off now. Probably the exception would be Nemesis because it just recently came out. But I've always found, like, if you've not so one thing I will say actually that Paradox has done, which I rather like, because this used to be a big complaint that I would have. Like, for more than a few of their games, was just even like the price thing aside, the sheer volume of DLC and the process of like clicking add to cart and going back and clicking add to cart was really tedious when you want it. Like, it's like, I want to give you money and you're making it difficult. They've actually made a couple
have claimed a new world.
They've made a couple of rather good, like bundles. So there's like there's an ultimate bundle for Stellaris, which I think is like all the DLC. I think it's something like $200. There's sort of an essentials bundle, which I think for the most part there seems to be a consensus around like what the good DLC is, and those are included inside of them. I actually like all of the DLC, but I did forget to mention this earlier on. I have been given a key for Nemesis as well as all of the DLC I'm playing except humanoids and plantoids, and then I'm also not running Necroids, but that's just because I don't own it. So maybe keep that in mind when I'm talking about these kinds of recommendations. I'm usually much better at saying that stuff at the top of the stream, but I had a couple of other things that I wanted to talk about, so my apologies for that. But yeah, you know, I always kind of like to say price is what you pay, value is what you get. I really don't like the reviews on like Steam that, you know, it's always like, oh, good game, but it's worth like $5, not $20. You know, not recommend, because like people are never gonna go back and change their review based on the price, and it's really not their job. Like, maybe for me, I actually don't find $20 that big of a hardship. Some people really will, and I don't mean to downplay the cost that people will be experiencing. I'm still going to do this, I just want to do a different order. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that I really don't think reviewers are in a good place to make a grand statement in terms of what a game is worth. So, you know, in the end, I personally just, you know, put stuff on wish lists, and when it's a price that I think is fair, you go. And clearly, we live in a time where sales are pretty frequent, and so it's sometimes hard to say, yeah, just go and like buy the full price version immediately. You absolutely have to have this. But on the other hand, I also think sometimes we, you know, we're in such a rush, not even a rush, we have such an insistence to get a good deal that we actually wind up putting off something that we really enjoy for a price difference of about, you know, $2 or $3. You know, if you're waiting for a 10% discount on a game that costs like $30, you're not playing that game for months to get $3 off, which I think is a little ridiculous. But, you know, it's, again, everybody comes from their own places, and I think, you know, Ludon Studios that does RimWorld actually has a really good stance on this, which is they have signaled that they have no intentions of moving past their 10% discount for a very long time. And their stance is that we feel that we've made a game that merits the current price, and we want to, like, we are essentially assuring our customer base that, like, there is no benefit to waiting. Now, if they back away from that and all of a sudden it's 25%, obviously then in future people are probably going to wait for an even deeper discount on RimWorld. But for their part, they have sort of telegraphed what they think the game is worth and the price that it will be available at. And then in the case of Stellaris, you know, it's something where if you're just getting into the game, you probably have enough mechanics through the base game, and then you just sort of start shuffling in the DLC that you like, or you're a completionist or just an absolute, you know, madman for grand strategy games, and then at that point you either wait for a sale to get the whole bundle, or you spend $200 to get the full Stellaris experience. If you can get an hour per dollar, you call it a profit on your part. Yeah, I've always kind of found it, I blame my own profession for this. Like, I think there's a strong tendency now for people to, like, normalize the variables. And time, I totally get why people rate it that way. And in the end, it's a matter of taste. So I'm in no position to tell people that they shouldn't be doing that. But I remember the beginner's guide, which I found, like, I thought that was a wonderful game. You know, and it's a very short game. And in that case, I definitely would consider paying the full price to be able to have that. Like, if they said this game will never be on sale, you got to pay the full price for that. That is definitely something that I would have found it worthwhile. And I believe that one tends to break the the standard price per hour thing. And, to a certain extent, I actually feel a little bad when I say this sort of stuff, because it almost sounds like I'm sort of wagging my fingers at the viewers, saying it's like, you shouldn't value games that way. But it's actually because one worry that people have had for a while, and I sometimes think that these fears may be unfounded. Well, I mean, it depends, right? Like, I guess we'll have to see how history goes. But I know people have been really worried about gaming subscription services, and I actually think gaming subscription services are a really good idea. However, Stadia has just announced their version of the subscription service where the games are in fact rated based on time. So in this case, if you make a one-off single-player experience like the Beginner's Guide, in that case, those types of games may not necessarily experience they might not necessarily be able to remain viable on subscription services like Stadia, unless they find a very large number of people to play them. At that point, I just say, well, then you have two tiers of experience, right? If you want to go to the opera, there is a certain price and there's a certain set of things that you will do in order to have that experience, right? But on the other hand, I can see the worry that people have. And so, for my own part, I always just try and think of games in terms other than the per hour basis. And that's just simply because I sort of understand that there are some real worries that people have had about how the business models are shifting and what it means for a certain type of game that I like. Where were we going? Sorry, there's so many people in chat right now. I really appreciate it. So we got Night Valiant. I'll actually do a few shout outs in a little bit. Mention of Wormwood. Yes, that was me. I've actually just started playing it, Mad King Brutos. Oren, good evening, system. I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. Thank you. I just saw you added me on Twitter, so I did the same. For those of you who don't know Oren, he's actually a game developer. If you want to shout out your stuff in chat, you can. I saw your website, but I don't know if you want that to be widely shared or if you'll just announce your development documents and such when you're good and ready. You're playing that this very second, waiting to get paid tomorrow so you can pick up the new DLC. That's really cool, actually. I'm still kind of in my finding my feet stage, but I'm starting to see why people like the game. I've gone past the utter confusion stage for sure. Love the royalty DLC in the base game. That's cool. 1.3 comes out tomorrow, July 20th, as well as the new Ideology DLC. Oh, that's right. Yes, there's a new expansion coming out. Actually, if any of you have recommendations for getting into RimWorld, whether it's like just bang my head against the game a few times or if I should go to the wiki and look at some guides, I'd actually appreciate that guidance. So you can see that games have more of an artistic value being valued differently, games that keep you thinking about them, for example. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in this case here, right, you can definitely say it's like, well, the value that I'm getting out of that is not just the time that I'm playing, but the hours that I spend thinking about it. And in that case, the normalization still works because you just add the time. I guess in this case, it's the numerator is the time, and then the denominator is the price. So obviously, everybody, like, the thing is that everybody has their own valuation for a game, and it's kind of up to them to decide how they want to do it, because it's your money, right? You worked for it. Of course, you're going to spend the money the way you want to. Like, it's silly to try and tell people to do otherwise. But whenever the conversation comes up, I always like to sort of talk about the dynamics about what's, what's underlying some of those assumptions, particularly with what's happened to other forms of media. I am actually a little bit less alarmist on the subscription thing, simply because I don't think Google has done a very good job of positioning itself as a dominant player on subscription services. And I think all of the other subscription services have actually had these options of giving either a lump sum to the developer or like a per play sort of a deal. And so in this case, at least as currently practiced, subscription services have worked very well for consumers, in my view, as well as being something that the developers have benefited from. But we'll see. Obviously, if those change, my opinion of them will change. So. Oh, also, sorry, I wanted to take a quick second here and shout out Night Valiant, who is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. He has since switched from Sekiro, and there was another game that you'd played in between, and I can't remember what you were playing last. You get through your game so quickly, Night Valiant. It makes me embarrassed about my own play times. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I do not remember what Night Valiant is playing most recently. That's right, Return of the Obra Dinn. I want to say it's an indie game. It's like a super famous indie game. So famous I don't remember it. All right, yes, Night Valiant is currently playing Return of the Obra Dinn, which is Lucas Pope's sort of follow-up to Glory to Ostrowska. God, why can I not remember any of the names of these games anymore? Papers, Please. But yes, Night Valiant is definitely a lover of all things indie, and definitely gets through games quite a bit faster than I do. Also, he kind of tends to stream later and longer than me, so I think that might explain a little bit of it. But oh man, everybody's really going into RimWorld. This is interesting. Okay. I might, no promises, but if I can find a way of making it work, I might try RimWorld on stream one day. And then who else was in chat? Actually, I'll shout this out here just because I don't know the next time it'll happen, but I did see Mad King Brutus playing Minecraft the other day. Mad King Brutus has been dipping his toe into streaming, and of course the thing on this is that if you don't follow, you're not going to know when they come online. But I know Mad King Brutus has a great love of the Mass Effect series, and I know has intentions on coming back to streaming, and so I figured I should at least have the decency of mentioning their work. And then Oren Scott, thanks for the shout out. You appreciate it. If anybody's interested, feel free to check out my work, though it doesn't have any of your Unreal Engine work there yet. You will publish that shortly after it. Yes. Yeah, so Oren is somebody I also met through Brian on the Rocks. He's actually one of his moderators. And it's been neat to talk with Oren just because it's another perspective in terms of game development. Which, again, it's just something that I personally find very interesting. And he shared in a sort of a Discord that I'm sort of a follower or member of. I know my Discord's kind of a ghost town. I apologize for that. I just haven't, I tend to be reactive, and so as a result, it doesn't always result in stuff. So, but I did get a chance to try out his stuff, and it's neat to sort of see stuff in early stages. I think I'm allowed to talk about this now because the game has been released, but I was actually one of the early testers for Old World. At the time, it was called 10 Crowns, and it was fascinating to see a game in such an early stage of development, because I'm so used to seeing games in their finished form and just being convinced that that's how they look during the whole time. And clearly they don't, but it's really hard to wrap your head around the steps that a game will go through in terms of its development. I would love to know what Stellaris looked like before it was polished and beautiful like this. And being able to sort of follow some of Oren's development, and also just to kind of hear him talk shop with Brian and some of the other developers that he interacts with. I also know that Oren doesn't just do video game design, but also physical games, card games, board games. Just being able to sort of see that process to me is very helpful to sort of being able to sort of shake loose some of my assumptions about how games are and just what they look like in various stages of development. Old World was wonderful for that. But even in that case, right, Mohawk Games has definitely got a very, well-established track record, if not necessarily in their own studio. They did Off-World Trading Company, which I believe is free on Epic, by the way, if you haven't picked it up. And now, and their various DLC, and of course Soren Johnson's got his experience at Firaxis along with, all of the other people at the studio. Just being able to sort of see people work at something and specifically leave a document of the problems that they are trying to deal with, to me is it's really educational. It's really interesting. Now, I'm trying to get an engineering scientist here, and I've got two choices. So I could put Veer Jadumak, who has industry experience, or I can go for the higher level scientists. I'm going to start with Yves Verados, and then what I'm going to do is, if I have the opportunity, I'm going to fold in gonna fold in Vir Jadumak, because Vir Jadumak's more likely to generate experience on a science ship. So in this case, we'll bring in the new researcher, and then I need to find a replacement for the old one. Nope, the other science ship's not doing work right now. Okay, I'm gonna give them a passive view just so I can move into the new system. And then we'll hire a new scientist. It's a 12-year age difference, but I get a brain slug for it. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I also like, I just like talking about this stuff, Mad King Brutus, because I think, like, if I only shout out people when it's convenient for me or when they're, like, regularly doing stuff, it means that there are fewer opportunities for me to talk about stuff I'm interested in. And the thing is that, like, I don't like the fair-weathered, like, streamers. It's like when I'm, you know, I don't like saying the names. There are some people who used to stop by who don't, and it 100% was tied to how well, specifically for the Paradox games, actually, like, you will start noticing when the numbers come up, certain names start stopping by again. People notice that. I don't like being that kind of a person. So the big thing is that it costs me absolutely nothing to talk about, you know, what a streamer, you know, likes and is about. I think I messed up in terms of the ordering. Yeah, that's supposed to be 2 corvettes, not a destroyer. So, you know, even in the case, like, the one thing I won't do is I won't talk up stuff that I don't like, right? Like, if it's... Stuff may not be for me, and I'll talk about what I think the appeal of a given stream is for sure. But if it's like, you know, oh, this is like a big partnered streamer and I want to shout them out because maybe they'll give me the blessed host one day, it's just not worth it, right? Because then the shout outs are meaningless. When I talk about people who I would personally watch, nobody's going to trust me because I've wasted their time in all those other cases. But yeah, no, I think the best thing that I can do in those cases is just, you know, if somebody's interested in streaming and they're looking to establish an audience, I can sort of say, here's what they do. They're looking to grow their channel. I happen to know that a number of people who watch my stuff really do like watching smaller streams and seeing them grow. And for me, it's a nice opportunity just because it gives me a chance to, you know, it gives me a chance to try and connect people who might be a better fit. You know, there are definitely some people who I think, like, a great example would actually be Night Valiant. There's definitely people who I think click with what Night Valiant does a lot better than maybe my approach. And I don't actually think that's a bad thing. I think that's, you know,
our ships have been improved.
That's sort of self-reinforcing because, of course, you can see that Night Valiant stops by, and then there's the people from his side, and, you know, there'll be people who like what I do, and they'll come in. So it's, you know, there's really no downside to being able to talk about people who stream. But obviously, I want to be honest in saying is, like, you know, don't expect them to go live like right away. There's still a bit of a wait. The numbers on the broadcast software can really mess with your head mentally on you. Yeah, actually, I don't have my view counts up anymore. It's partly a technology thing, but I figured there was no benefit to me to add it. I do review the stream after the fact, and I definitely know one of my biggest sinks is my tendency to talk about stuff a lot. So if I would like to see, you know, if I'd like to see an improvement in terms of how, you know, how the stream's going, right? If I'd like to see sort of more consistent growth and just kind of retaining the audience number, the digressions are a real problem. And it's something that I do try and get a little bit of a handle on because sometimes they are, sometimes they are excessive. But I also think that there there is something very nice about being able to
Our
talk about
ships have been
things,
improved.
and I don't want to crush the interesting
Our
part of the
ships have
broadcast.
been
I just want to be
improved.
able to make sure that that balance is being fit.
Our ships
And
have
that,
been improved.
the nice thing about that is that
Construction complete.
reflecting on it
Our
after the
ships
broadcast,
have been improved. Construction complete.
reflecting on it after the broadcast is a really nice way of handling it, just simply because I don't remember if we had a colony ship on the way here or not. Let's say no, and if we wind up with a spare one, we'll just, we'll just deal with that later. But dealing with it after the fact gives you the opportunity for improvement
Our ships have been
without,
improved.
as you say, like really getting messed up in terms of seeing those numbers. Because I've definitely seen a lot of broadcasts where this was the one we were going to turn into a farming colony. I've definitely seen the broadcasters who I really enjoyed and really wanted to show support to, and it just turned into this. Like, even that, I really feel very uncomfortable sometimes whenever I bring up view numbers and that, because it's the one thing an audience is never going to care. The audience is there to watch you. So they are the one group of people who does not need to be told that there are not enough people watching the stream. Like, they're there. They're doing the one thing that they can do to change that. But I will definitely say there have been more than a few streams that I used to really like watching and used to want to show. And I really had to stop going just because it was this is such a good planet, by the way. 25 bonus to, 10% bonus to minerals. The only thing is that I'm going to be using it for energy and agriculture, for the most part. But this is definitely going to be a rural world. And yeah, it's a shame, right? Because it is the sort of thing that can really, it is like
Our ships have been improved.
it winds up being very self-defeating, and it's a shame to see
Our
things go to
ships
that
have been
because
improved.
it's really bothering people. But again, like it's one of these ones. I always try and draw the line for myself where it is sometimes interesting to talk about gaming, and obviously streaming is a large part of gaming. So being able to sort of discuss that part of the equation, I don't think is crossing the line. But obviously, if I ever cross into that territory of like, I remember when I used to have hundreds of people watching during Stellaris, like, then it's, at that point, that's kind of when my stream dies. Yeah, I mean, it's a hobby, right? Making Brutus. I'll actually say that there's two major hobbies that I've been neglecting, and partly because of streaming. So one thing I want to try, I have not drawn since I was a kid, and I watched Titanic again. And for those of you who have not seen Titanic, and for those of you that think Titanic is a movie, you're wrong. That movie is a masterpiece. And then I found out that James Cameron drew that very infamous picture of Rose, and it really bugs me that it seems that some people get all the talent. So I'm like, okay, well then I'm, James Cameron can do it. I'm going to learn drawing too. There's a couple of other like hobbies that I sort of want to pick up. But consistency is huge. We have lives, right? You have to put time into the things that you value. And, the fact of the matter is that Twitch does take a lot of time. So the fact of the matter is that Twitch may be fun, but it may not be like 9 hours a week fun. So, and thank you very much, then, Koshu. I like your videos, but you come to the stream to interact and pick that brain. Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Like, I never want the digressions to go away because they are, I think, the reason why people stop by. And for the people who just like listening to the sound in the background, that's fine too. That's great for me because it's still a concurrent view. And at that point, it doesn't really matter what's being discussed because, if people just like the sound of the voice, then presumably whatever's being talked about is okay. Unless I say something super bad, but I don't think I do that. Subterranean Refugees. A large group of refugees from the underground alien empire on Uskomia Prime recently streamed out of their tunnels onto the surface, chased by a small army. They are apparently part of some religious minority and claim to be fleeing persecution. If we let them join our colonists on the surface, it will no doubt anger the rulers of the empire they fled from. However, if we let the pursuing army take them back underground, they will likely face mass execution. Let them join our colony if that is what they wish.
Our ships have been
And
improved.
I think we're going to land the armies just in case.
Our ships have been improved. Our ships have been improved.
Okay, new tech. So, Paradise Dome. We knew we were going to get that relatively soon. With the latest advances in art... Once more with feeling. With the latest advances in architecture, landscaping, and holographic technology, we shall build the homes of the future. Okay. Again, at this point, I'm really looking for cheap tech to bring in because right now my techs cost twice as much as they normally would. Fortunately, oh, hang on. I misread that. 76 months. I mean, it'll be good, but 76 months is a long time to... Nah, you know what? We're doing it. And we've already got our best scientists on it. So what we're going to start doing is throwing... Like, when it comes to relics, I want to make sure that I can... you know, that the timing on this stuff is working through. I really like the soundtrack updates that they've done for the Nemesis DLC. Okay, the Decini Starfleet is ready to go, so we're going to upgrade that one. I am a little conscious about my alloys. We still haven't been upgrading the bases as we were talking about. I'm just going to move to these areas so that they're not blocked off anymore. I'll confess, I'm a little surprised. I would have thought, for whatever reason, that the sensors on my science ship would have let me know that basically the Horde units are no longer in Tibi or Pollux. That's it. 76 months is a mere drop in the bucket for the history of your people. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing is too, like, it's my intention is to have a lot of administrative complexes built, so the cost overall hopefully will be decreasing at a fairly rapid pace. So, enigmatic dreams. The enigmatic cache's wheels whir with an unprecedented fervor as strange patterns of light morph along its sides, cogs, and gears, humming agitatedly. It sounds as if it could break at any minute. Meanwhile, our people stir restlessly in their slumber, heads resonating with the cache's rhythmical drone, their night sleep interrupted by visions of technological wonders and complex calculations. Fascinating. The Retarax domain. Continued excavations near the hunting lodge have provided more details. Lirum Prime and the Valley of the Makvahel, specifically, served as a hunting reserve for the ruling warrior class of an interstellar polity known as the Retarax domain. The Retarax, a predatory avian species, periodically collected random individuals from the many subjugated alien civilizations under their rule. The aliens were then hunted down and killed in the wilderness of Makvahel, according to the rituals that governed Retarax society. This tradition lasted several centuries until the domain eventually succumbed to an undefined outside threat. There's always the fun possibility that we were the outside threat and that we wound up replacing them, because this isn't actually that far away from our territory. And we have a rivalry between the two successor states, which I kind of thought was already the case, but apparently I was mistaken. So let's take a look at some of my factions and see why they're upset. So, no immigration, asserting dominance, and giant massacre. Okay, yep. Defensive stance, not doing. I could have done earlier, but this is not okay. Definitely want to subjugate species as quickly as I can. So the Committee of Research Efficiency are unhappy that I outlawed AI, Science Without Border, and Synth Envy. Right. And then the Compassion Movement, no species-wide slavery, Enclaves Incorporated, Federated. Okay, there's really only one of those that we can do. So now we'll take a look at size. Okay, so the Imitharian future movement is the one that I'm most worried about, in the sense that they are like they're sort of like the least happy but the most populous. The thing is, though, I'm not 100% sure. Well, you know, xenophobia doesn't really help me a whole lot, so this would be one of the ones I could actually see myself suppressing. I mean, the ones that like me the least are like 9 and 8, so I'm not that worried about them. But I don't know, like the Internal Growth Board and the Imitharian Future Movement, like I feel like I could do better with. Sorry about the pause. Okay, big changes in the...
claimed a new world.
Okay, so it looks like the Vitresis Hive has pulled support from the motion. That's a little concerning. Curator Research Aid. The agreement we have signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years? Or do you researchers no longer require the information we have to offer? We will always extend that deal. And we've got a new colony. Oh god, I keep forgetting how beautiful these systems look now. It's because we're in the nebula. So let's take a look at my new prize. Okay, high gravity, so higher building costs, district costs, habitability, but we do get bonus districts. Good for generators. Actually going to put the gene clinic to the top. And then no special resources to take advantage of. It's rather nebulous. Get out. Sorry, I just got a message from someone. I want to make sure that they're doing okay. Okay. Now, one thing I might want to start doing, because my administrative or my empire sprawl is really causing problems, maybe what I want to start considering are my bureaucratic centers. So in this particular case here, we've got 2 bureaucrat jobs that are not filled. The other possibility that I could consider would be seeding some of my other bureaucratic centers. So that would be... I guess it was this one. Do I have an example of like a pure bureaucrat? Yeah, here we go. So yeah, Chuck Secundus. And apparently the slaves are not available anymore. I do rather hope this measure goes
System
through.
survey complete.
Okay, why were you cancelled? Oh, because they don't want to fight the Ether Drake and because they don't have anywhere else to go. So, let's just take a second here. Okay, I'm actually going to move back to the Gindor Black Hole. I'm not going to take away Evasive. We are going to take another peek inside just to see if I can find... the... Oh, you know what? How much you want to bet there's an L-gate there? Yeah, I'm going to use that science ship to see if I can spot what's inside. Otherwise, we're just going to take a chance to explore a little bit more up here. And we are bringing a completely unnecessary amount of firepower to clear out some drones in the air. Okay, sorry, I forgot what I think it was Jock Secundus. So normally I like to sort of seed worlds that are generating specific resources to me, but right now the Empire Sprawl winds up really helping a lot of my other measures. So in this case, we're going to start putting more bodies into administrative centers so that we have kind of a hope of being able to manage our costs. Alert! After a long period of undisturbed, uneventful hypnopedia, Baldur the 43rd appears to have entered a frenzied state, wheels spinning at a furious rate, projecting rapid strings of absurdist nightmares to those who dare rest their eyes. While many are reluctant to go to sleep at all, an unfortunate few appear to have become trapped in a vegetative state from which they are unable to wake up. Our engineers suggest the entity, which was badly damaged from the start, may be deteriorating. If left unattended, our ascension may not go as planned. So contact Baldur the 43rd. Critical error, critical error, critical error, critical error. Run diagnostic. Initiate system repair. We will send a team of engineers.
Situation log updated.
All right. Let's deal with that before... Okay. I wish I knew where the Baldur was. Ah, okay. So I don't think we have any construction ships sort of in the area right away. So the better thing for me to do right now is just build a new construction ship. We'll stick it right to the top of the queue. That's 48 days. Now we get to watch the fight.
Heretic fleet engaged.
We don't really get to see them blow up. There we go. So again, just throwing as many bodies as we can at the administrative centers for the time being. Looks like the Vitresis Hive has decided to support cooperative research channels again, so hopefully we're in better shape. So generally, this reduction in consumer goods is good news for me because that means that the bureaucrats are doing their job. But of course, it is going to get a little scary because we're going to see those numbers go down really quickly. Okay, so... This is like XCOM, where I completely fail to build enough engineers, thinking that science is going to be the way that you win.
System survey complete.
Okay, so again, we're really just taking a quick peek at the Pollux system. It's just to clear out the red exclamation marks, then we're going to switch things back to evasive. Esteemed Matriarch Tigi Dakara, a decade ago the Black Codex pledged to support the artisan troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. One thing that's worth mentioning as far as just generally as far as my plans as far as like dealing with Empire Sprawl are concerned, normally I'm okay letting the sprawl go up. It's really just a question in terms of trade-off. So is the thing that I'm gaining, like in terms of a new acquisition to the Empire, is it going to sort of pay for itself in terms of just overall Empire? Like, am I going to be able to overcome the penalties of Empire Sprawl through the generation? You'll notice I haven't really been building any tech worlds. In fact, that's one thing that some of my worlds I might convert into eventually. So one of the things I want to do right now is it's very hard for me to imagine some worlds where I'm going to be seeing some like huge bonuses towards or like where I'm really going to be able to generate enough science to overcome a doubling of my technology costs. So the biggest benefit for me right now is to focus on lowering that Empire Sprawl. There's other things as far as like cryptography that are concerned as well. But really the big consideration now is the fact that because we are so high over the limit, my biggest gains in terms of research will actually come from being able to reduce the costs of tech. And then once I sort of have my empire back in control, then I don't need to worry so much about producing more consumer goods. I don't need to worry so much about catching up with these inflated costs. And instead I can start thinking again of saying, like, okay, I can build a world that's dedicated to science. And in addition to the fact that it's dedicated to science, I know I will need to build, 50 monthly units of consumer goods to be able to support the researchers or whatever. And that's something that you can kind of pencil out on a napkin or whatever. I'm nowhere near that kind of planning yet, but at the moment here, this is one of the reasons why I don't have any dedicated science planets. It's actually one of the biggest problems with my empire right now is that as a whole, I have really fallen behind on research. Even though we're doing well in terms of technology relative to our peers, I should be really killing it for research, and right now I'm sort of chasing my tail because of this rapid expansion. On the other hand, I'm taking advantage of the opportunities that were presented to me, right? So anyways, tech-wise, kinetic battery, very long-range artillery capable of hurling powerful rounds over extreme distances with a large degree of accuracy. Let's say we go for 40 months of research. I think we're pretty much looking at, well, no, mineral isolation is technically the cheapest. We'll do mineral isolation just so I get another draw from the deck. I was going to try and do the queued up tech, but I'm not convinced that's the right call yet. Okay, another body for Chalk Secundus. Reverse engineer alien technology. This one I want to be really specific in terms of doing, because if I can get those psionic shields faster, particularly through events that will, boost up my my tech points, that's going to lower that 72-month requirement. So engineering research gain 9,029. So in this particular case here, I'm looking for social research, not engineering. But you take what you can get, right? I guess the good news is that social should be the one that I'm advancing the most. Yeah, by a lot. We're generating twice as much. Comets sighted through the belt. The population of Borobo Secundus are currently witnessing a spectacular sight. A comet is passing through Borobo Secundus' asteroid belt, and the effect is being described as breathtaking. You're breathtaking. No, sorry. Keep looking at the sky. Comet sighted modifier added for 60 months, giving the following effects. Happiness plus 10%. Do you like alloys? Do you like metals and gases? Hard workers? Precious metals? Yes, we thought you might. What can you offer us? Oh my god, this is such a good deal. I don't even care what the other side is that this is almost like a month's worth of production for anything. We have a leader, an excellent fit for the Black Codex, a governor of superb logistics. Very clever, thinks ahead, likes long walks on the beach. Give us 200 food and the leader is yours. So certainly we accept your deal and we get a skill 3 governor. Now let's see if we can make some new... So we've got a bunch of frontier worlds. Let's see if maybe we can make
Our ships have been improved.
some proper sectors as a result. Because we at least have a governor for them. So when we make a sector, it has to be 4 jumps. So Taya is already... Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay, Borobo is not going to be included because it's we haven't taken. Okay. This makes so much more sense because, like, why are these things not being included inside of the sectors? It's because the borders don't work. Okay, so Borobo, I believe, will eventually become part of the sector, but we need to claim this system. Knights. So why... Okay, Knights and Lyrum. Okay, so I feel like Crash should become a new capital. Sawa... 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay, well, if we... Okay, so Isperia, I think, is already in a sector. And apparently I would be wrong in thinking that. Nope, it's in the Chalk Secundus. Okay, so currently we've got Chalks. Stebnar, so that's 1, 2... So if we were to move the capital to Hoaz, that means we get Isperia, Ishkaron. Okay, and we don't need to worry about losing Wetwork. So yeah, Hoaz is a better Oh, I screwed up. Ah. Okay, hopefully that's... Okay, Taiga is a candidate for a sector. Hey, Captain Zerge, how goes the Empire? Lots of administration right now, but that's not a bad spot to be because it just means that I'm finally starting to impose a little bit of order on things. Lyrum, I don't really see that working. So the thing is, this is like the capital of the Empire, right? I can't exactly move that just to be able to include Lyrum. Moscat. Okay, is Gribben in the capital? Excuse me. Yes, it is. Okay. Dram should be part of the Nishpan system, isn't it? Excuse me again. Okay, so let's say we'll delete the sector, we'll rebuild it. Huh. So, by my reasoning, 1-2 sectors within, Dram should count. So what if we just moved the capital to... Okay, what if I deleted... If I made Dram the capital... So that makes Dram Prime and Dram Secundus, but not Nishpan. Okay, well... That's life, so, within 4 jumps, not previously a part of a sector will become part of this new sector. Yeah. So I definitely don't want this to be a standalone sector. I would like this to be part of the Nishpan sector. Nishpan, so, I don't see how this is anything other than 4 jumps.
Special project complete.
Repair complete. Our engineers have stabilized Baldur 43. The uplifting process is back on track, and our people have, somewhat reluctantly, returned back to their regular sleeping patterns. Hypnopedia is already showing promising results, with our citizens taking an interest in science. And thank you, Ed Baver. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a good muting system, so you guys tend to get the full force of any sneezes, and I know that's really annoying, so sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I give up on trying to get Dram inside of it. I wish it would. I think this is completely consistent with the rules of the game, and for whatever reason, it's just not letting me do it, so. Muscat, where are you? You are nowhere that's going to get the attention you need. Okay, so then I guess the question would be Lyrim or Knights for a new capital. Lyrim, I guess, is a little bit closer to... Yeah, so we'll make Lyrim the HQ. Yeah, the sectors definitely work quite different. I do know there's a way to automate them, I just never do because I'm very obsessive. It's like the ones that upset me the most are things like the... You know, like these kinds of sectors where it's really just 2 worlds, but it's what I've got, right? You can't always pick. So of course the question is whether or not I actually have the room for this many leaders. So let's go through. So I'm not going to worry too much about the small sectors. I want to make sure that the existing... Actually, I guess the remainder are the small sectors, so... So here we'll go for... Oh! Okay, well that's going to be good for knights, actually. There might be a better way that I can sort of shuffle the deck as far as administrators are concerned, but right now I just kind of want, if I can, I want people in charge to be able to get stuff done. And my frontiers started to shrink a little bit, so. I guess this explains why your eminence keep going corrupt all the time. They have the entire empire. All right, sorry about the delay on that. The Huntress. Archaeologists excavating the hunting lards have stumbled upon several references to a legendary Retarax warrior known only as the Huntress. She was apparently the most efficient killer, renowned throughout the domain for having personally butchered thousands of aliens at Macvahale. It is unclear whether this is based on fact or fiction, but according to Rhetorac's legend, the Huntress was killed somewhere inside the valley when she was outwitted by the alien prey she was pursuing. She was supposedly wielding the fabled Blade of the Huntress at the time. Curious. I'll tell you what, it's been about 90 minutes. I had some tea that I started off with, and that tea is no longer tea, so I am going to step away from the keyboard for a second. I'm not even going to mute because I just need to turn the kettle on, and then there'll be another small break. I won't do ads or anything like that. I'm putting those experiments on hold for a bit. But I'm just going to refill, or at least start the process of refilling, so see you guys in a second. All right, there's going to be another brief break when the kettle boils, but it's now T minus. Okay, so let me just see. Did we get? No, we didn't get all Citadels. Okay, so we're 577, and then probably this isn't a Citadel as well. Okay, so we're about 2,500 away from. You know what? I have lots of money. There. Let's also think about my construction ships, because I just got a new one. So this one's going to start repairing some of the borders. And then this science ship... What's the deal with you? Didn't I send... Aha! The Grey Tempest is making its moves now. But it is not moving towards Chor's compass. Curate... Oh. I could have been wrong. Deep Space Communication Arrays picked up a brief automated distress call from the Curator Station in the Rixikar's Maw system. The transmission ceased after just a few minutes, and long-range recon probes have confirmed that the ancient space station has been destroyed. Residual ion trails suggest that the forces of the Grey Tempest were behind this attack. So my science ship is definitely going into a danger zone. Vitresis Hive is now okay with open borders. I will temporarily allow that, but if I get the impression that they're on their way to hurting the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, I'm gonna punch them on the nose again. Sorry, just gonna kill a bot. So again, it's worth remembering that the reason why I don't always have open borders with them to try and improve the relationships is that they are currently at war with... Oh man, they've got a really high war exhaustion right now. So they're probably going to lose... I wish it would tell me what the... like what's at stake. Oh, yep, there's the Vitresis fleets. So we tried to help them out as long as we could, but this is pretty much done, I think. Okay, so we'll turn on evasion again, and we will send this one to just auto explore. So given the fact that there is more movement on the part of the Grey Tempest, I want to be aware of that. I particularly want to be aware of any movements that might be headed towards territory. All right, well, screw you. I want to be particularly aware of any movements that might sort of start threatening my own holdings. I always thought it was going to be through Chor's compass, but it might actually be something else. So I'm also trying to get my intel. I mean, intel's going up slowly. We lost most of it just because of the... sorry, hang on. Yeah, basically I just don't want to lose my infiltration level right now. There is a cap to it, but I'd like to be a little bit closer to that cap. And my water is boiling, so... Is the Grey Tempest an endgame crisis or from the L cluster? That is definitely an L cluster, but it does count as a crisis, so the game can't end while it's underway. But it's definitely not an endgame one, unless, of course, it destroys every empire, in which case I guess it's a de facto endgame one. But I'll be back in a sec. It is Irish breakfast tonight, so time of day may not be right, but the flavor is... Okay, Vitresis have possibly stabbed us in the back. It's no longer the point where I need the support of one other species. Could try and call in a favor. No, we'll let what happens happen. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so the Grey Tempest is definitely pretty threatening right now. The big challenge I have is I'm trying to find out the best way to navigate this. Because there's no clear path for me extending my empire out unless I vassalize the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, which, I mean, if they're gonna be performing like this against the Gearoids and the Vitresis Hive, maybe it's better I just put them out of their misery.
Construction complete.
Okay, as always, I want to make sure that we're keeping on top of things. I forgot that we had these worlds to terraform, so let's turn those into continental worlds before I forget. It's a little short on credits right now, but still worth, definitely still worth the money. And I really want to start getting my third fleet. Let's just see what the trade network looks like. So we knew this was going to be a trouble spot.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
And I think we're going to send some ships in here just to close off the last few. Okay, dark matter drawing. This exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy the laws of physics. Harvestable concentrations can be found near black holes or in certain nebulas. So the gamma laser is pretty tempting here. It's inexpensive and... Well, actually, so this is a tricky question. So would I... do I want the AI to handle a combination of disruptor beams and plasma cannons? Or do I want to just go for the gamma laser? Average damage 2917 versus 3697. Power usage 5959. 120, 252. Okay, so wider spread Wider spread on the gamma laser. Lower accuracy on the plasma cannon. And faster fire rate. Okay, gamma laser's the better option. For my purposes, at least. Alright, Wentwork has got... So this is a tricky question for me here. We're looking for regular workers. I think the answer here is to just keep going into the agriculture districts. I will have a slight dilemma in terms of just building out, all of this to, to incorporate more specialists, but it seems to me with 37 housing, we probably have what we need with the districts, and we'll always be able to, refactor some of the other districts if we really run short. It's also worth remembering that we have the it's the Wentwork Custodian. So artisans, miners, and gas refiners do not produce as much as they otherwise would. So in this case, we'll just keep building farms whenever we run out of menial labor for that particular system. Also, we're going to do a quick tour of the planets just to make sure that there's no obvious upgrades that we can do for the capitals. There has been a bit of growth going on here, so it doesn't hurt just to make sure that we're not missing out on some obvious benefits. Okay, so I would have preferred to use these minerals for something other than selling them off, but for the time being, let's just dump them. It's just a chance to refill my coffers. Remember that we used to have these deals with like the Zaxoids and the Gyroids. That's really not viable at the moment.
System survey complete.
Another trip to the Shroud. Something is watching us reach into the Shroud. Something speaks to us here, something wonderful. So, low probability of sensor range. Oh man, increased influence is a big deal for me right now. But I always tend to go for the high probabilities because you can get penalties. So if successful, the energies of the Shroud will be channeled to a powerful boon that has a positive effect on our entire empire. So boost the research speed. The powerful energies of the Shroud have flooded into the communal psionic link that is shared between all Umitharians. A collective knowledge base that is shared telepathically between our scientists has been established, which will greatly increase the efficiency of their work. And looks like the Vitresis did ultimately make the right decision. And looks like the Zax... So I think basically the opponents are abandoning the position so as not to annoy the Vitresis. Also, take a look here at the diplomatic weight. So this is... Ultimately, this measure is going to be favorable to the Vitresis in terms of their diplomatic power, but we are closing that gap a lot more quickly than I thought we would be. And that is really good news for me in terms of being able to sort of flex... flex my muscles on the galactic stage. All right, the final night of Hypnopedia has come to an end, and a new day dawns on for the citizens of the Black Codex, who are now just opening their eyes to a very different world, a world of possibility and pain. Who knew the universe was such a drab and dreary place, devoid of all meaning and purpose? Though it may be a while before the population adjusts to the many tribulations of having an above-average intelligence, overall the project can be considered a success. Our initial readings indicate that we have developed an enhanced capability for learning and scientific research. Modifies all pops in the Black Codex by adding the uplifted trait. All pops ignorance is bliss modifier added for 3,600 days, so 10 years, giving the following effects. Happiness -10. A proud day for the Emetharians. So let's just go to our species menu. There's another reason for me to go here anyway. So we've got the uplifted trait, so research output plus 10%. Looks like that does not apply... Oh, because these ones just don't exist anymore. So we've got 12 pops which haven't been converted yet, so let's apply that template and hit research. We're slowly kind of stomping out the last vestiges that had the slow growth speed, but
The spirits have granted
it's not
us
the
new
easiest thing.
wisdom.
The resolution is passed. The Senate has voted and passed on the Cooperative Research Channels motion. So next up is going to be Tithe of the Soulless. This works really well for me. So lower diplomatic weight from tech, better spiritualist ethics attraction, additional unity from jobs, lower consumer goods upkeep, and it costs more for robots. So this is 100% beneficial to me. I do not want to repeal Comfort the Fallen. I don't want to ban the organic slave trade. I don't want to repeal the Tianqi Conservation Act. Now, the Charter of Workers' Rights, it is the terrifying horde that wants to consider it, so better diplomatic weight from POPs, better worker happiness, and better political power from workers. So I don't know what the composition of my workers looks like. So the Vitresis... 613 in terms of pops versus my 1212. Ah, nuts. Okay. So I'm abstaining from this right now because I want Tithe of the Soulless next, but I am going to support the Charter of Workers' Rights when the time comes. Construction ship. So we have finished building in Jompron. I'm trying to think of the right way to approach this. So clearly there are some gaps in my territories I want to address, and that's arguably more important than snatching up some additional systems. Although Demon's Maw is tempting because of the strategic resources it grants me. So, let's just see what all the construction ships are up to. So this one is building a starbase, okay. This one is on its way to taking Side Nope. This one is currently idle. So, let's get them to build in Demon's Maw. Then they will get the dark matter. Then I'm going to send them to claim these systems up here. Knew that guy didn't see. So yeah, I'm going to construct in Demon's Maw just because, one, it's a nice little choke point. It's not like I need a choke point inside of this area, but it just sort of, it makes the borders a little more tidy. The mining core is back. Okay. Obviously, I'm going to need to send the Navy as well as a construction ship next time. So this ship's going to finish the expansion. We're going to develop it. And I think after that, this one's going to patch up holes. This one's going to be dedicated to getting my trade network and the second ship. So I'm going to have two ships working on both ends of sort of the last trade corridor that I need. And then this is going to be the one that sort of patches up holes and finds any dark matter. I'm actually a little surprised that I don't have dark matter within my borders already. I could have... Oh, yep, there it is. The Lisac system, and then I thought there was another one. But yeah, in any case, I should be taking advantage... Jebin's Maelstrom. So that's going to be sort of what this fleet needs to do. Okay, mineral isolation. Advanced spectrometry combines with fracking techniques and chemical flushing to rapidly exploit shallow and mid-depth deposits. So it looks like Stormfire autocannons and Gauss cannons are on the menu if I want. Or I could do neutronium armor. And then I suppose the final option here would be engineering research. Let's do the Gauss cannon. I'm assuming I don't have a researcher who's good at rocketry. All right. Okay, this science ship... I don't recall if I've got science ships already helping. Okay, so I'm going to just do a quick list of my existing planets. Actually, I wish I could do this for sectors, but... Okay, so Wentwork's taken care of. Quantos should only have one major source. Yep. So I'm just taking a look right now to see if there's any worlds that might benefit from an extra research. So Oblira is actually doing a fairly decent job science-wise. And I don't believe it has a... I suppose the question is why? So what's the researcher job here? Because there's no science, there's no science building on this world. But there's research jobs for some reason. Oh, maybe it's because of the forests. Nope. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to deal with here is it worth it for me to send this idle starship to go and assist in the research, or do I want them to try to go and explore this part of the galaxy that hasn't been handled yet? You know what? Let's actually get them to explore a little bit more of the galaxy. Okay, well, we know what... Oh, it's Racket. Okay, so that's a little bit different from what I normally want, because these make good slaves. So... Although Chalk Secundus is still probably a good choice. No, actually, it's a little harder for me to justify. Iscomia? Yeah, why not? Gets me more energy. Non-aggression pact between the Zaxoids and the Endurga successors. Okay. Oh god, look at that bite out of the... Ooh. It's looking a little scary with the Grey Tempest. Again, I have a very specific order of things that I want to have happen. Alright, so again, on to Chalk Secundus so I can improve my bureaucratic center first. So if I can, I'd like to pass the tithe of the Solus first. Then I would like to either declare myself the custodian or make the crisis a priority.
Tampered with. May the spirits forgive us.
Okay. I'm gonna be pretty ruthless in applying this template, just so we can finally get it where it needs to be.
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
Okay, that's good. That should be basically there shouldn't be any green planets anywhere when we're done. Several xenoanthropologists from Quantos have returned to the surface of Uscomia Prime after spending a great deal of time living among the subterranean aliens native to that world. They have learned much about their ancient ways and customs, which will no doubt benefit our society research. So this is one of the reasons why I felt okay about getting the psionic shields, because while it is a very high cost activity, There will be things that happen over time. Now, you could sort of make that argument back when I was refusing to build living metal, and it's fair, right? Like, I did definitely apply 2 sets of standards. I suppose the difference in this case, though, is that I had, like, the idea of hundreds of months is a little bit harder to swallow than a situation here where this is not an overwhelming, like, you know, right now we're down to 57 months. So 57 months is not an overwhelming cost. And if I get my bureaucratic centers online, it'll actually even be shorter than that. Now, right now, the trend's going in the wrong way. We're back above 300 in our Empire Sprawl. But again, there's limits in terms of how big the Empire is going to get. The only real expansion that I can sort of see myself doing would be to claim the Wezen system and move into, to try and combat the Grey Tempest. All right. Excellent. So again, we're in the danger zone now, so I want to be really careful with this science ship.
Construction complete.
I wish I had a better read on... This looks like this thing has a few more shields than hull points. That's something maybe to keep in mind, although it's a pretty even split.
Species tampered with. May the spirits forgive us.
Again, we'll apply the template where we can.
Situation log updated.
What I'm assuming is happening here is this is just the natural growth on each of the worlds. So if I'm not pretty consistent in terms of applying it, if I'm not consistent in applying the template, then it's going to mean that there's sort of a surviving strain which is going to propagate. It's one of the reasons why, even though it's not in my interest to tie up my social research, I'm doing it because it's a chance for me to finally put things in the state that I want them to be. Okay, so we're going to move into the Grindor black hole. Again, it's going to be a little scary, but a risk that I'm willing to take. Okay, independence guaranteed. The Zaxoid Stellar Confederation is now guaranteeing the independence of the Endurga's successor Khanate. Whether or not they can guarantee their own independence is a whole other question.
Our ships have been improved.
Okay, so more improvements that can happen here. I would have preferred to spend those on my star bases, but I don't think it hurts to have... I don't think it hurts to have properly equipped.
The apostates are after our spaceport.
With his vulnerable and unprotected trade route, Eider Vang has attracted a large number of ne'er-do-wells, and following a recent power struggle, these criminal degenerates are now sufficiently organized to operate a significant pirate armada. They are using this ragtag fleet to intercept as much trade in the system as they can. Also, I apologize, there's something that I did to the stream which I meant to get rid of. So I believe this stream is currently listed as mature, and I did that for Wolfenstein, but Stellaris is definitely not a mature game. So I am going to just take a quick second here, go to my dashboard, and adjust that. I don't think that affects things too much for people, but on the odd chance that somebody is under 18 and would have liked to have watched the broadcast, there we go. I want to give them the option. Okay, let's see where...
Species tampered with. May the spirits forgive us.
It's going to take us a while, but the Cine Starfleet is free. And as always, you know, we just did the...
Situation log updated.
Unfortunately, we're going to wind up losing a few rather valuable stations here, I think. Okay, now this is a really big one. So this is the reason why we did open markets. So the trade value increased by 10%, but we did that so that we can access secure shipping. So even in the cases where, previously, Stellaris can be pretty mature if you play xenophobic authoritarian militarists. Yeah, well, I suppose it depends on what type of a species you want to play, but so one of the reasons for the longest time, you'll notice, I'm not above swearing by any stretch of the imagination. Excuse me. But it's not like my go-to. The biggest reason why I did mature was because I wanted the option of playing 18 plus games and not really having to think about whether or not I tagged the stream appropriately. And the other factor is that I'm not kidding myself. I'm not going to be 14-year-olds aren't going to want to watch a stream where I'm ranting about economics. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who, I remember I was into some, reasonably advanced stuff when I was younger. But, generally I just don't think people, I kind of have an idea of what my age demographics are. YouTube gives me quite a bit of that. That's fine. I'm probably going to, my suspicion would be is that I tend to just appeal to people who are a bit like me. But I also tend to believe that people should be able to do, they should make their decisions for themselves, right? It's the same reason I give the disclosure and on top of regulatory requirements. Because the same reason I give the disclosure of when I've been given a key for a game. It's not my place to say, I know my intentions are pure, and if I say Stellaris is a wonderful strategy game, that's coming purely from my heart, and I don't need to tell people that, I was given a key. It's up to the person who's potentially going to be influenced by that to decide whether or not that is something that's going to be affecting their decision. And similarly, I don't necessarily think it's my place to say, hey, I'm going to talk about Philip K. Dick, and I'm going to talk about, ancient philosophy. We haven't done that this stream, obviously, but, and I'm going to talk about, some stuff that I've studied, and it's complicated, and it's probably not something that you're going to enjoy. Somebody can turn off the channel to decide that. Obviously, if somebody were to be 14 and really interested in Pythagoras, or, what happened with me when I played Civilization. There's only so many times that you can build a hoplite before you want to find out what a hoplite was. It would be wonderful. I'm not, I have no illusions that I am going to be this, but on the odd chance that somebody were to be inspired by something that came up over the course of the stream to go and look into it, I don't really care what age they are. Because for me, playing games like this was actually a way that I did eventually cultivate an interest into things that did become subjects that I studied in school. And that was, really rewarding. It's actually one of the reasons why I do still bristle when people undervalue gaming. And it's not because, I'll be honest with you, I do think there is a very legitimate concern and criticism that gaming can be a distraction or a sink from other rewarding activities. And gamers would I think they would do themselves better favor. They would do themselves more favors if they were honest about that and acknowledged it. In my own life, I know that there are cases where it's not that I don't think I should be gaming, it's that I think I should be a little bit clearer in terms of what time is allocated for certain activities. Because if I start playing Civilization, I'm possibly going to go to bed late, and not intentionally. But that is true for a lot of different things. That has been true for me for reading, where I read too much and I didn't maybe put out as many resumes for a job search when I was unemployed. And, you can say, well, reading's a good thing. You should do that. It's yes, but if you don't know where dinner's coming from, if you're running out of money, maybe you should be focusing on stuff that's going to be getting you money. So as with everything, it's a balance, right? But I really do bristle when people still have this. And it's, to a certain extent, we're all gamers now, right? With the advent of the iPhone, and I mean, obviously, there's those other devices by that Google company, but I don't use them, so they don't exist. No. With mobile, we're all gamers now, right? We've all got a gaming device in our pocket. Most people have probably played a game on their phone at some point, and for some people it's not for them, and for most people I think they'll enjoy a diversion. And at this point it's just a question of the complexity that you want to bring on. You're not going to play Stellaris on a mobile phone. You are, however, going to play Stellaris Galaxy Command, which is the mobile version of Stellaris. And I just think for me, like, being able to speak to someone in a language that they understand, so being able to, like, I don't know Total War, right? I don't know how many people who've played Total War, which has a very heavy historical slant to most of its works. I don't know how many people might have actually started looking into that part of history. I know that probably the core audience for that is already interested in those parts of history and look at that as an opportunity to sort of see that come to life in front of them. But I have to assume that there is a group of people who might know more about a certain period of time. And in fact, one of my hopes is that I might be able to go back to Troy and talk a little bit about the scholarship behind that, behind the Homeric poems. But there's, again, obviously a lot of stuff that I want to do. So anyways, that's the story behind why I took down the tag of mature. I do bring it back when I do stuff like Wolfenstein because I don't think that I should be overriding PEGI ratings. That sucks for YouTube, by the way, because I can't monetize those videos. But I don't, that's not the priority for me, obviously. Anyways, I was talking about why I went down this path. Now, it'd be cool to do a federation because that will allow me to start bringing some people under my wing. But the fact of the matter is that secure shipping is the most important for me right now. Anti-piracy measures are typically handled by the fleet, but the creation of a dedicated Star Patrol agency that will continuously police our trade routes should severely curtail pirate activity, and this gives me a base protection of 5 just for adopting that. And this is one of the reasons why we went down this path of diplomacy. I may not do insider trading. It'd be really cool to get the reduction to the market fee and such, but I do think the Federation would be worthwhile, if nothing else, just because I get another envoy so I can spy on people. But in the case of secure shipping, that was the brass ring. So. The blade of the Huntress. After painstakingly combing through the valley of Macbahel for any trace of the legendary Huntress, archaeologists were finally able to pinpoint her last resting place. Her fossilized skeleton was found locked in battle with the remains of a large horned arthropoid, with her claws still grasping the hilt of a perfectly preserved sword. This must be the blade of the Huntress. The weapon is composed of an unknown material and is sharp enough to cut straight through our strongest armor. Found the relic blade of the Huntress and 10 minor artifacts. Alright, so let's find that idle science ship. I think I should be able to find another archaeological site for them. I think it was somewhere up here. Yeah, Mitten. So, hole in the ground. Orbital telemetry shows a massive impact crater on the surface of Mitten 3A. It was not caused by a meteorite strike, as the crater is surprisingly deep in proportion to its diameter. In fact, the actual depth cannot yet be determined, as the shaft is choked by rock debris part of the way down, blocking any further orbital scans. It appears that a conventional excavation is the only way to find out what lies below. Now, I am a little stumped in terms of where I might find future dig sites. The best I could hope for would really be to expand the borders out to this system, which is pretty unlikely if I'm honest. But we'll see, right? I am a little surprised that Kajalam is not doing that. Well, unless Kajalam is one of these... Yeah, okay, because I haven't actually upgraded anything yet. Okay, Demon's Maw. We had specific plans for this one, so we'll build the research station first to get the dark matter, then we'll go to Elithor to start closing the gap. slowly but surely getting our stations in order.
Species tampered with. May the spirits forgive us. Situation log updated.
I don't know what my limit is going to be on doing these adjustments, because I do want those psionic shields. The other thing I should have taken a look at when I saw the Grey Tempest fighting, I should have seen how... good it was at breaking certain types of armor.
Our science ship is beset by
Crap.
enemies.
I wasn't thinking they'd get attacked that quickly. Oh god. Okay, so now that I know I can get away with it, so what I'm doing here is I'm just taking the opportunity to see exactly where these L gates are and where I need to be worried. So the Ribbelin Vortex has got an L gate. I have no idea where Eskelion goes out to, but it's clearly not anywhere near my empire. And because I don't learn my lessons... Uh-oh. Things a little bit more effective than I thought. Okay. So those things shot right through my shields and straight into my armor and hull points. That's good to know. Okay, so they're missing an action. They're not dead. The doorway. What can only be described as a dimensional portal has been discovered in a remote location on Borobo Secundus. Weather prediction algorithms noticed a strange air current, which was eventually determined to be caused by a slight leakage of atmosphere into the portal. The rate of loss is far too small for it to make any difference to life on Borobo Secundus. But the very existence of this portal raises some disturbing questions, such as where does it lead to, and could something come through the portal from the other side? Issues a special project, probe the dimensional portal on Borobo Secundus. Add portal research area to Borobo Secundus with the following result. One-dimensional portal researcher job, one-dimensional portal researcher job per 40 pops.
Situation
Intriguing.
log updated.
Okay, so... clearly we want to see what's going on here. Oh, sorry, Mad King Brutus. I'll be back. I have to go and pick up a package as well as a quick shopping run. Well, have a good one. I ordered a book for myself for my birthday. I wanted to. There's a collection
System
of
survey complete.
stories by Harlan Ellison called "The Essential Ellison: A 50-Year Retrospective." There was a copy of this at a library that I used to go to in Vancouver, and it doesn't seem like it's in print anymore. So you will see used bookstores like sell this thing for thousands of dollars, or even hundreds of, or at the very least hundreds of dollars. And then a couple of booksellers came up with a used copy for like $40. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not willing, like, I didn't like this thing enough to spend a couple hundred, but I'm okay spending, I'm okay spending about $40 because this thing's huge. It's like, about 1,500 pages. And one of the things I really liked about it was the first place that I read I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream, which some of you may remember, or maybe not remember, but may know is an adventure game. It was a short story first, but this is actually an adventure game that Harlan Ellison, I believe, lent his voice to, as well as sort of gave his blessing to in terms of an adaptation. And I thought it was a pretty good short story. Ellison's certainly a very prolific writer. And what I liked about it is that instead of just reading what everybody sort of told me were the really good Harlan Ellison stories, it gave me a chance to go in and just browse, right? To take a look at some of the stories that looked interesting, looked like something I might enjoy. And I've crammed a lot of workers onto Chalk Secundus, and I may be a little surprised that we're only filling up the bureaucrat roles. Anyways, so I liked it because basically instead of just relying on other people to tell me what stories I should be looking for, it was a chance for me to have a book which had both the stories that he is well known for, in addition to being able to kind of browse around and see what looks interesting. So the challenge with it right now is, since he died, I noticed that things are sort of broken up into these smaller collections, which are fine. But it means that if you want to read like one of the big works, or like one of the really well-known stories, you're sort of at the mercy of some of the lesser known stories to be interesting in those particular works. So generally I like to have like one big book and just kind of browse. It's like going into so while the game plays,
special project complete.
One of the things I like the most is being able to go into libraries, because the inefficiency of a library has led to me discovering some of the most interesting and some of the best books that I've personally found rewarding. What I mean by that is, when you go to a library, you will walk through a bunch of shelves, and those shelves are going to be ordered in a particular way. There's going to be a decision that the librarians made in terms of like where everything is. But on your way to finding a particular book, you are going to pass a lot of books which are not the book you are looking for. And you are also, when you're looking for that book inside of your let's do another peaceful application. We're okay for consumer goods, I think. So let's do management insights. I should also figure out what the Blade of the Huntress is going to get me. But yeah, basically, you take the time, you're going to be passing a bunch of books which are not the book you were looking for, and then as you get closer to the book that you're looking for, you will find a number of books related to the subject that you're interested in. And then eventually you'll find the thing that you're looking at. So, there's the saying, don't judge a book by its cover. That's a total lie. I have seen so many books that have interested me from cool covers. And as I go passing by, it'll be like, oh, hey, this is something here. So I found out, for instance, there's a really good series that Cambridge puts out, the Cambridge Companion to, and I knew them as philosophers. So, for instance, I've got the Cambridge Companion to Plato and the Cambridge Companion to the pre-Socratic philosophers, and these will be sort of essays related to the study of these particular subjects. I found them sufficiently interesting that I wanted to have a copy in my library as opposed to just kind of going online or trying to find a copy somewhere else. There's also an Oxford Companions, but they're a little bit different. They have a slightly different structure. They're also very good, and I think a little bit easier to find online too if you have access through a university. What I didn't know, though, was that this series doesn't just apply to philosophers. There was actually one for Adam Smith, and it wasn't specifically an economics text. It was actually one that fell under a whole other section. And so on my way to finding another book, I actually discovered that, and I found that to be a really interesting take on some of Smith's work. It wasn't necessarily something that was related enough to economics to be something that I would have found it in the economics section, but because I sort of had already known that there was this Cambridge Companion series and that I had found it to be a fairly good source, all of a sudden I discovered this other source of knowledge that was interesting to me. And so this is the one challenge, right? I do enjoy my e-reader. It gives me a lot of access to, I just use my tablet for it, right? I don't have a dedicated e-reader. But being able to have those inefficiencies, to be able to run into different things on your way, not to have an immediate, hey Siri, get me this thing I want to know, but rather the ability. Oh, Siri just activated. Sorry. Instead have the ability to, to make mistakes, and as a result, find some things that you might be interested in. To me, is a really big benefit. I can't remember why I was going on this rant, but there you have it. So the active effect for this is to give a boost to sublight speed. That'll be really helpful during battles, but not worth 150. I'd rather contact the spirit to handle. I'm sure I'll remember why I mentioned that, but why?
Situation.
Oh, I know why. It's because I keep bringing them in. From slavery. All right, the dimensional portal on Borobo Secundus seems to have led to a realm of evil and disquiet. Any and all contact with material from this dimension causes an intense suffering in the subject, which if continued for more than a few minutes leads to intense suicidal urges coupled with attempts to mutilate their sensory organs. Even simply studying data recorded in this strange dimension causes cascading errors in computer systems or intense discomfort in sapient beings due to the terrifying realization that one's very soul is being corrupted. Perhaps psionic is the solution, or study the portal.
Situation log updated.
Caravaneers, old with defects. Our starbase in the IJEX system reports that the Racket Industrial Fleet has evacuated and abandoned a decrepit ship, now in unstable orbit around the system's central star. One man's trash.
Situation log updated.
So I think we need a construction ship for that. So in this case, we do Control-Shift to put this to the top of the queue. It won't take us that long, and it's on our way. Hey, I was wondering where these guys went. New Balderak announcement. This is General Paltanak, military governor of New Balderak. I wish to address unsubstantiated reports claiming that there has been a resurgence in rebel activity on this world. Let me tell you now that nothing could be further from the truth. This planet has been fully pacified, and all subversive terrorist elements have been fully rooted out. Its citizens are once again productive members of the greater Dathnak nation. Paltanak out. Interesting.
Mining station martyred.
Again, unfortunate, but
Species
not a lot
tampered
we
with.
could deal with.
May the spirits forgive us.
2 now. All right. Education campaign and recycling campaigns both are probably worth renewing. Yeah, they're expensive, but I've got the dough. Right. Okay, so where did these 2 come from? Chalk Secundus and Nishpan Prime.
Situation log updated.
Refugees arrived. Imitharian refugees fleeing from the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation have arrived on Iblira Prime. Okay, well, that's going to be another conversion that we need to do, but that's almost certainly a consequence of the Grey Tempest. So again, there is a question in terms of how far I'm willing to let this thing go before...
Special project complete.
Doorway closed. The portal proved to be sensitive to psionic powers. By collecting a number of psionically powerful individuals together, they were able to effectively create a psionic barrier around the portal, preventing any access. The experience was enlightening and provides strong evidence that it is possible to form solid barriers of psionic energy. So we've gained the psionic theory and psionic barrier research, which I don't think is the same as psionic shield. No, it is not. And in fact, we've been delaying it because of all these conversions. Now, I'm going to do a couple things mineral-wise. I am going to sell some of the surplus, but I am going to make some slightly more permanent adjustments. So I think we will still sell... I'm going to sell 500 in this case. And then I'm going to go to my sectors, and I'm going to contribute another 5,000 to the stockpile. And then... let's give them two... not K. We'll give 200 a month, just to sort of lower the rate. Now again, it doesn't matter because all of these sectors are just kind of operating like I'm manually adjusting all of them. I could automate them, but I don't really want to right now. But if nothing else, I mean, we'll have a nice big stockpile to work with if I change my mind on that. So I do kind of need to start thinking about pirate station raided. The Dissini Starfleet has destroyed a pirate station in the Idor Vang system and recovered its strong room module. Okay, so good. Let's get back home. I'm going to need to get a construction ship to repair, but let's get this like ready to go. So yes, it's still upgrading to a Citadel, but let's start by seeing what kind of protection we need. So max piracy 18, current effects minus 46, base protection 7. Okay. So the Obnol system may be... oh no, did I... No, we're fine. Okay, cool. This might be a little excessive, but... I guess I kind of need to wait on the... Oh, also, okay, so it's a little bit of a shame that I have to spike one of those anchorages, but we can build a trade hub, and that's to give me the extra collection. Okay, I do want the anchorages, but there's something about... so if we have the Cadulum system... Bitrius, Epsilon Indi, and Evexus all provide trade. But then what's going on with Lemsa? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Trade hubs here. Is there any reason for me to boost the... nah, the coverage should come from Cadulum, so Lemsa... there may be an argument for a shipyard there, but I think what I'm going to do instead, we'll do a naval logistics office, and we're going to cram this thing full of anchorages. And then... oh, you know what? I could have put a hyperlane registrar. I don't know. I'll possibly redesign. I'll possibly redesign that other. Okay, fair enough. But again, right now I'm trying to get my naval capacity up so that I can start, I can start building my third full-strength fleet. So Yanin is a good... okay, so Yanin's actually in a fairly unique position, so definitely we're going to equip them with all of the weapons. And we need to give them a disruption field, target uplink, communications jammer. Actually, we're going to throw everything at this. And we still have some leftover alloys, so... Okay, Obnal. Let's just double check what Obnal's role is. Okay, so Obnal is protecting... Yeah, so we're fully protected from piracy along this trade route. So that means Obnal exists to provide anchorages. And possibly trade. I could get one trade hub and put a hyperlane registrar in place. For now, I think I'm going to avoid it, though. I'm probably also going to build some resource silos in future, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Okay, Rizor. Rizor is tempting to build the anchorages. We also have a Blira with a lot of trade, but given the fact that this is in front of a wormhole, and this may actually be ground zero of the invasion, it's probably better that we prepare for that invasion. So, Hyperlane Registrar, Defense Grid Supercomputer for additional... Well, that's really the only... Oh no, it's because we're short on alloys. Okay, well that's fine. It's not quite the haymaker of, research that I was... Or of improvements I was looking to make, but...
Our ships have been improved.
Okay, so we're now sitting at 45k for my
species
best
tampered
fleets.
with. May the spirits forgive us. Situation log updated.
That was the refugees, so after that one I want to know if there's any others. Hopefully there aren't. Now, eventually I'm going to have to build some more defensive structures as well. Oop, this ship is idle. Why are you... Oh, right, because you were attacked. Okay, we're down to 277 on Empire Sprawl, so we're starting to see some improvement there. I am kind of curious what's happened with the Grey Tempest. So they're just kind of sitting here.
System
they're trying to destroy the world. Okay, this might actually be something I'm willing to lend a hand with.
Species tampered with. May the spirits forgive us.
Okay. I am going to send the Varnala Starfleet against my better judgment to take out the Grey Tempest, because that is not necessary. I don't, like... It's kind of fun to see the Zaxoids in trouble. But it's not like an overriding priority, let's say. I would prefer to see the Grey Tempest a little more controlled in its expansion. This is your I'm interested in why we have tense relations. So, broke trade deal. They were the ones to break the trade deal! All right. Well, that's going to have some consequences. We can pretty much kill the plans for a federation with them for a while. But yeah, we're starting to get back on track as far as where we wanted to be, sort of fleet, or well, like just building up our star bases and such. Hey, Crack Steve, yes, it did. The Grey Tempest is having a time with the Zaxoids. All right, so that's we're gonna have to do another run. Let's get an automatic survey. Oh my god, are they really gonna... Why? Oh, that's why. Alright, well, more power to you. Never should have trusted them. Never should have made that deal. Filthy and Durga. Oh, Mytharians, we greet you. Would you like to trade? What can you offer us? We have good workers for you. Good lifters, draggers, pullers, cleanest, healthy, clever. Give us 500 alloys and we shall send you 4 racket pops to one of your planets. What? Criminal records. Afraid we lost the papers. No, we've sort of been boxed... I mean, I've been making this excuse for a while, but I sort of feel like we've been boxed in by... I feel like we've been boxed in by the crises lately, so I am going to take a little more active role in trying to take out some of the crisis ships.
Complete.
The thing is that unless I can actually build a base for myself at the L Gate, it's maybe not quite worth it for me to fully commit to taking out the Grey Tempest. On the other hand, I don't want to see the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation completely crumble. They used to be sort of a check on... they used to be a check on my neighbors, and they're really not performing that role anymore. So, who are the crises? Well, this is just the Grey Tempest, so it's not like an endgame crisis. It's it's just a crisis. It's a crisis, not the crisis. So yeah, we're currently kind of living with the fact that there is basically every reason for me not to overexpand and every reason to sort of look inward and improve my, like, the current state of the world for myself. The good news is that generally we've just sort of been climbing up the power ranks in just about every possible measure. So when the time comes, I am going to sort of be able to flex my muscles with the Vitresis, sort of be able to take out the crisis. And again, just being able to try and get some balance as far as the Empire Sprawl is concerned, before we go out and try to claim the L cluster, just so much the better for myself, because right now we don't really have a way of connecting that L cluster into my existing logistics network. If we incorporate my neighbors, then that's possible. So that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to hold off on dealing with the Grey Tempest until I'm good and ready. Okay, what's going on with Borobo? Well, we converted it, but that's about it. Although I am a little bit worried about the crime. I wish it would tell me a little bit more about... I'm assuming this might be because of the ratio of slaves to... I mean, if it really comes down to it, I can always build the... I don't know if I need a slave processing facility, but I can always build the Psi core. Do I have any more terraforming jobs? I can't remember. Yes, I do. Okay, so this is an idle construction ship. Right, I said I was going to start dealing with some of the gaps. So first things first, let's repair what we lost, and then we're going to start picking up some dark matter. Sorry, just taking a second here to make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. Okay. That seems to be in order. So then the next question will be, where do I want my next bits of expansion to be? I suppose strategic resources makes the most sense. So it would used to be the case I would say, okay, well, you know, this is 2 sectors away, but I really do need exotic gases. The thing is that yes, I need exotic gases because they are a necessary input for upgrades to tech. But right now, I'm sitting on a surplus of 21, and I haven't been taking advantage of them yet. So in this case here, maybe I don't quite need to get the Sison system and cats right away. Although they are desirable just because it's a total of 12 energy compared to the Eurus. Yeah, actually, you know what? Because it gets me extra energy, I'm still going to do this. I mean, this is good. So one thing that's nice about this is it's actually making it pretty good for my... It's making it pretty good for my
The spirits have granted
pops.
us new wisdom.
But I do need to keep converting them. So the electromagnetic radiation emitted by gamma lasers is of an extremely high frequency. The destructive potential is unmatched in the field of laser weapons. So Tachyon Lance is very tempting. So is the jump drive, though. Yeah, Tachyon Lance. Most of them, not all of them. Yinin was taken out by the Khan.
Situation log updated.
So you can see we're already growing our naval capacity.
Anomaly found.
Despite expected projections, Canis 3 has a particularly large solid core beneath its incredibly thick
Species
mantle of
tampered
unique
with.
gases.
May the spirits
Our
forgive
scientists
us.
recommend further investigation. Okay, Senate is now in session. Yeah, the Khan was actually something... This was a weird one for us because the Khan was really far away and they had a much faster ship than us. So whenever we were in a position to try and take them on, they would always run away. And ultimately they were defeated, but they were defeated by... I'm assuming it was a fallen empire. So anyways, we're going to do Tithe of the Solus. It used to be that everything but the Vitresis Hive was a... was a spiritualist empire. That is no longer true with the schism between... Yes, I also know it's pronounced schism, but I keep hearing schism. So between the one true I guess it's not really a religious matter for these for the Endurga horde, but basically there's a break in the former Khanate. Both of them are not spiritualist empires. But this Tithe of the Solus is purely me acting in my own interests. I will now support the Charter of Workers' Rights. However, I may put in the resolution to declare myself the Galactic Custodian. The catch here is that I am going to be gobbling up a lot of influence. So, yeah, well, I think schism doesn't sound right. So
Special project complete.
the trick comes into there have been, I think, the more you hear schism, there is actually there's a specific term that seems to be applied specifically in religious matters that sounds different from the other two, but it is closer to schism. And so I've noticed that the people who say schism will generally tend to be referring to a religious break, whereas schism seems to be one that will refer to is used a little more generally. But I looked it up, and at least the dictionaries I was looking at allowed for both pronunciations. So it's not like there are definitely words that I have learned incorrectly and I've had to unlearn the pronunciation. This one, I believe that there are actually different pronunciations, both of which are accepted, although people really seem to get annoyed when I don't do the k sound. Custodian basically lets me become the Emperor if I want, but it's kind of a path that I would take. Likely due to the vessel being a civilian transport, the shipboard databases were not fully scrubbed as part of the decommissioning process. So while nothing else of value was found aboard the ship, our data scientists have managed to recover partial references to unknown alien technologies. That's pretty much the main reason why I always take that event. Okay, so the Decini Starfleet can get the upgrades. Clearly the Vernalis Starfleet is going to be dealing with the Grey Tempest. But if I took the time to move around, and upgrade everything, it would take me forever. Okay, cool. So Imitharian goes to Chalk Secundus, and the Talakur, I need to find a slave world for it. I don't remember which one it was. It's like a generator world. Maybe Muscat? Sure. The Emperor, in terms of Warhammer 40k, would be of different matter, because that is, of course, unification. That would be unification throughout the... Did I just let the I did just let the Vitresis Hive. I was totally asleep at the switch when that happened. Okay, they've closed their borders to me. I close my borders to them. Ooh, I really let them do a number. Alright, the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation has made peace with the Giroid Empire. So, Giroids get Bobic. Wow, No, that can't be right. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. So they took 5 systems and 1 planet. Okay, so... I will now guarantee their independence. Oh, our opinion of them is low. So their opinion of me is fine. So I'm not crazy about the fact that this is going to cost me some influence, but this is going to give me a good excuse to go to war with the Vitresis Hive if it comes down to it. Vitresis Hive were an advanced start in the game. So right now, I've actually managed to get to equivalent fleet power, which surprises me a little bit. It almost makes me think that this would be a good time to launch a surprise attack on them. But the thing is that if they get their act together, that can prove very costly to me. But yeah, so basically, are you serious? That's still not enough. Why would a spiritualist empire be opposed to this policy? Okay, we'll see how things go. But yeah, the Vitresis Hive was an advanced start in the game now. Unless something's changed significantly, we do now overtake them. They do have still a substantial technology lead, and of course we're still suffering for my heavy empire sprawl, although we have started to close that gap by quite a bit. And then the other thing that I can do is I can sneak in and just take a peek at the diplomatic weight. So their fleet would be 3,919, whereas mine now count 3,179. Now this is likely after some fighting, so I have a feeling that they're going to be able to get that capacity back up. But yeah, this is a little frustrating that I don't quite have the influence that I used to in the galaxy. There are two fallen empires, the Iknerval Archivists, and then we do not yet know... well, I know the other one's the Spiritualist Empire, but we've not actually run into them because they're tucked away up against the Vitresis Hive. Also, hello, Holy Seeker One. So, Ancient Medical Complex. Astounding news from beyond. Deep scans have revealed the unexpectedly large solid core of Canis 3 to be covered with the compressed remains of a sprawling medical complex millions of years old. Though the intense mantle pressure of the gas giant severely limits the amount of data that we can extract from the core's surface, Science Officer Buri Bakorab reports that the hidden structures match, beyond a doubt, the technology used in the enigmatic L-gates. The crew hypothesizes Canis 3 was a planetary medical facility created by the gate builders millennia ago. At some point, the complex was abandoned, and its automated gas replicators ran unchecked for untold centuries, gradually converting the planet into a gas giant. Possibly. I mean, anything can happen, right? But right now we had the Great Khan event, and then pretty much immediately following that, we wound up in a Grey Tempest, which is one of the reasons why I've sort of been stuck in my little section of the galaxy not really being active. I don't want the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation to get completely eaten by the Tempest, so I am going to send sort of an expeditionary force to shoot the rest of the Tempest Shoal. But in this case here, it's actually just been to my benefit to quietly sit and expand, because I've been pretty much untouched in this side of the galaxy. The only drawback is that I'm nowhere close to any L-gates, and what happened was the whole galaxy suddenly turned spiritualist on me, so I didn't really have any natural rivals either. So what I'm doing here is I'm guaranteeing independence for the Zaxoids, just because it might mean that the Gearoids go after them, and that'll be a good pretext for me to either try and take on the Gearoids or start a fight with the Vitresis Hive. But this can, of course, backfire on me, because if I want to try and do some other activity, it may turn out that my fleets are otherwise occupied, and I have to go against this advanced start, which is stronger than me. But I have some plans in terms of how that's going to work. It just depends on the order of events. Yeah, well, it's easy to say to kill the Tempest, but the thing to remember is that my largest fleet is 43.3 right now, and I will hopefully by the end of my expansion be able to have 3 of those. But in the L-Gate system, there are 6 34K fleets. So the fact of the matter is the Grey Tempest severely outnumbers me. So the plan is actually going to be, I'm probably going to try and rally the galactic community around me, and I'm going to use that as a pretext to take over. And in addition, that will hopefully mean that we can start directing some enemy bodies to weaken the Grey Tempest, and then we'll be the ones to pick up the remains. But one of the things I'm trying to do is just get some vassals so that I can be a little bit closer. So, oh, is that good? I thought I was going to be able to play the game on my own, but I guess I'll just let chat tell me what all the numbers are. All right, the Vitresis Hive are they're mad at the Gearoids. Okay, this is intriguing. Take the greatest of care. Even a stray thought can be shaped into something tangible in this place, and more often than not, turned against oneself. So, suddenly, in a painful moment of clarity, the nature of our existence is laid bare. A multiverse where thousands of galaxies, like our own, are locked in endless cycles of conflict. It begins, it ends, and then it begins again, each time with trillions of lives hanging in the balance. So it is, a voice whispers, and so it shall always be. Well, I mean, every time I do a game like this, I have to deal with backseating, and it's the most effective way for me to communicate that it's not it's not something I'm into. Like I've tried a few different approaches to it, but I think just putting a clear marker in like in a straightforward but not like overtly hostile way, So it's been the most effective so far, right? Like, the longer I spend talking about it is the longer I like. Something like this doesn't work because it takes too much time away from the game. And my own feeling is that people should opt into it, not have to work with the assumption. So yes, so the Shroud, if I am not mistaken, because the Shroud is actually somewhat new for me, but basically unless I am mistaken, the way that I got that would have been through unlocking Transcendence. And then I seem to recall there was another... Actually, sorry, am I mistaken? It's either Mind Over Matter or Transcendence. And then... I don't recall if there was another thing that I needed, because I actually seem to... If I recall correctly, we somehow wound up with this relic before we got into touch with the Shroud. But... I suppose we can verify. So again, as we were talking about last stream, there's a help section, and if you ever are curious, so this is something I like doing, is like, I've already experienced the Shroud, and I'm pretty sure it was this tradition that I had unlocked, but we can actually go. Now, I don't read too... yeah, it would help if I spelled it correctly, though. One thing for me is that I don't want to read too carefully on this, because I don't know all of the boons and defects. And so, so things like The Reckoning. I'm like, well, this would be super cool to read about, but I haven't seen The Reckoning yet, so let's maybe just leave that be, because I've not seen this full mechanic yet. But... in this case here, we've got what we needed, which was 90 days after the Empire selected the Transcendence Ascension perk, it will receive a special project called Breaching the Shroud. We waited a while for that, but yeah, it turns out it was Transcendence, not Telepathy. But that's a nice way in terms of, like, I think in Crusader Kings 2, they would give you a link to the Wikipedia article for, like, the historical figures that were in the game, but not the one maintained by Paradox. Whereas Stellaris, you can actually hit the help button. It's also Alt-B if you want to do hotkeys, but, on stream that I usually like pushing the buttons because it's unambiguous. Basically, this is a way that if doing a mouse over to learn what's happening doesn't quite give you what you need, my second step is the wiki. And of course, the only caution is that for me, there's still some enjoyment in running into stuff that I haven't seen inside of the game yet and being able to be surprised. And of course, if you read too deeply in the wiki, you're going to wind up finding stuff that maybe you would have been better left unknown. So my favorite keyboard shortcuts are definitely the shift click and then control shift click to either queue orders or put something to the top of the stack for the orders. I notice shift click most people understand, but the control shift one still seems to be something that most people learn. But one of the big ones for me is I had this big productivity push in terms of a lot of the work that I was doing. So, I picked an editor I really like. So for instance, Emacs. It's not the easiest thing to learn, but I know Emacs well enough now. And of course, learning the key combinations was really good. And I found out that if you are a Mac user, you can actually use basically all of the Emacs key combinations in any text editor that you want. And that's tremendous for me. And so the ability to just get a lot of stuff done really quickly was a huge benefit to me. And as a result, just about everything that I do now, I take the time to learn the hotkeys, at least the ones that I use the most often. And it tends to make me just get stuff done faster. But of course, because I'm playing Stellaris and it's this nice canvas on which I tell my science fiction stories, the efficiency for speed isn't quite as high. Maybe if I'm playing solo, it might be for me. But in terms of a stream, you already know that I take a long time to do this stuff. But this is maybe my one tip I would offer you on any software that you use, is that if you use it enough, and really time matters. So if I'm doing my day job, right, being able to produce results quickly and to focus more on the interpretation of results, right? Econ's not that hard in the sense that it's not difficult to get a bunch of numbers, but understanding why the method that you used was appropriate and how reliable your insights are, that is a little bit of a harder business. And being able to just sort of being able to sort of iterate and work over things very rapidly can be a big benefit. And again, if you're able to sort of get stuff done at the speed at which you're thinking, it's not just that you're getting your work done faster, but you're able to think a little bit more effectively. And I think it's the same as if you're a programmer, right? Or if you're like learning Blender, being able to understand the shortcuts lets you put that idea that you have for a 3D model into place a little bit more often. So first you proclaimed the Galactic Empire and then you read about it. Yeah, well, I mean, jumping in and like sometimes just burning your hand on the stove is a fun way of learning as well. I particularly like doing that for most of the games that I play. But what I do tend to find for complicated games like Stellaris, there have been maybe not Stellaris, but like Europa Universalis 4, because I'd started off in Crusader Kings 2, I was really frustrated with combat, because CK2, it's basically take big number, move it onto little number, and win. And EU4 has quite a bit more going on in how its battles work. And so I really felt very lost in that game. And so once I started reading the wiki, I was feeling a little bit better. I was feeling a little bit better about how stuff worked. And so I always tend to find there's a bit of a tension. I don't think there's always an advantage in terms of sitting down and reading everything about a game, because we've moved past the days where there would be these huge manuals. The games that I know that have a big manual that you need to read are Shadow Empires, maybe the Warhammer 40k Armageddon game, Distant Worlds Universe, maybe, Dominions 5. Like, it's a handful of games now, and I know some people miss that. Like, I know some people really miss having big manuals to like come accompanied with their games, but I think basically Stellaris is a great example about how you can have a complicated game that still does a very good job of showing you the information that you need at the time that you need in a way that allows you to sort of work within the application. I just think the lack of manuals represents a step forward in terms of our ability to design games well. Well, I say I obviously don't make games, but like in terms of just generally, developers have learned how to make games better, and they've learned how to convey information in a way that it's not necessary to have a separate document that you will read and ponder in order to enjoy the game. Although don't get me wrong, like I still love going into the Civilopedia and Civilization 6, and I still love, like there is something kind of nice about being able to read a complicated manual for a game. But my revealed preferences are that I spend more time in games that are not Shadow Empire than games that are Shadow Empire, so. You're going to head out this night. Love the stream as always. Thank you very much, Oren. Thanks again for the shout out. You appreciate it. Have a good rest of your stream. No, I really mean it though, Oren. Like, I cannot tell you the number of good things, either job related or hobby related, that have come from just having a random person stop by and say, oh, hey, so-and-so knows X. You should, this subject. Maybe you should talk with them. So for those of you who have ambitions towards game design or just want to follow along Oren's stuff, please do check him out, right? Like, I don't say this stuff just to be nice. Some of you I know want to become game designers. And between Valiant Cheese, Oren Ryzen, Brian on the Rocks, there's definitely quite a bit of talent that visits the channel, and you have no idea where your next collaboration is going to come from. And being mutually supportive is definitely a great way of being able to sort of help move that along. So, but yeah, even Victoria 2 has fewer combat modifiers than you learned to combat in EU4 by burning your hands on the stove. Yeah, I mean, in this case here, it was really, what I needed was basically to see a formula and realize, okay, it's not CK2. And from that, the dominoes fell. And then I went back to that process of, like, I just turned off Iron Man mode. I would save, I would test, I would kind of learn how it works. And now I just play Holland because Holland is great. I'm apparently the only person who really wants to play Holland all the time. Okay, so I've been making a meal of the Shroud. Normally I would pick something like this, decrease ship upkeep. And that's not nothing, right? I'm spending about 100 a month in alloys to maintain my fleet, and then I'm spending about 500 a month in energy to maintain my fleet. But influence is really valuable, and it's a medium probability of success. So, if successful, the energies of the Shroud will be channeled to a powerful boon that has a positive effect on the entire Empire. I think the risk-reward is enough that because influence is so scarce, and because influence will align with my later goal of trying to become more politically dominant inside of the galactic community, increased influence is one that I'm willing to risk the failure on. Boon bestowed. The powerful energies of the Shroud have flooded the communal psionic link that is shared between all Emetherians. Our empaths are stronger than ever before, resulting in greater political influence. Wow, 30% is a pretty meaningful bonus. Or it says, last game jam you did, you were invited to it by Cloak and Kill, somebody you met in Brian's stream. Was a fantastic game jam. Never know where you're going to find people. For sure. I mean, maybe this is not... I've told this story before, but maybe if you ever want to know how I started working in... I don't work in film now, but when I worked in film, I'm happy to share the story of how I got into it, because it's useless for getting into film, and yet I think it's a very meaningful story in terms of just how stuff works, and how there's not necessarily a cheat code, but you can still position yourself in a very favorable way to help increase your contacts. Anyways, we're going to reverse engineer some alien technology. Study the artifacts has advanced some of our research. But there's also a thing about, like, if I just keep constantly talking about myself, then, it's not important. So if you want to know, I'm happy to share it. Maybe at a time where some of the developers or people who want to know, who are building towards a particular thing, will feel inclined towards it. But yeah, feel free to ask. I'll be open on it, but I'm not so full of myself that I think every backstory of myself is inherently interesting at all times. All right, whatever your reasons, your support is appreciated. Well, the reason is
System survey complete.
I want to turn you into a vassal. So the Empire populations are going to be a problem with that. And I suppose I can't declare war for guaranteeing them. All right, we'll give this some time, because I'm going to want to deal with the Grey Tempest anyway. But it might be that I just want to declare the war and take over the Zaxoids instead of... Well, we'll see how the Federation goes, I suppose. You'd rather ask which progenitors did your empire have. So there's a whole backstory for this one, but we actually have the remnants. We have the whole remnants background. So the short version of this story is that we were the intelligence services of a greater empire, and we survived the fall. Okay, so we're gonna need to...
Construction complete.
Oh, interesting. Oh no, it's trades, right? Okay. Let's see if we can make this work. A weak but insistent signal transmits on repeat from the Eskelian system. The other science ship has pinpointed its source to, emanating from within the mouth of a destabilized subspace rift at the system's edge. What could be on the other side? Okay, let's see if we can get a trade deal for consumer goods. Let me just see the... This will almost certainly work for me, but... Oh, sorry, we got the Zro. This was actually the first time I saw that one. Or the Zronai, rather. And I was delighted by the way that ended. Okay, honestly, four minerals for consumer goods, that's almost certainly going to work for us. So I'm going to do confirm, and I'll maybe just verify after the fact. Oh, it isn't? Okay, so it's a... So I don't want to... I'll tell you how it turns out if you want. It is definitely... So there's definitely a couple of progenitor quest lines that I really like. But But this one in particular, we actually have their homeworld somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So in the Zron system, basically it will tell you that particular progenitor quest line will actually tell you the origin of Zro. Spoil it? Okay. So this strategic resource is in fact the powdered remains of the Zronai species. So like when you snort your Zro to like improve your psionic abilities, it's you're having like cocaine made of another species. Which I love. I can't remember if Knights... Oh, I never did work out whether or not this was a good deal or not. So, for trading... But I got 232 for the... You know, that's actually not as good of a deal as it seems, but we are saving about 0.28 for every consumer good, so. Alien biological drugs to increase psionic potential. Yeah, so like specifically, it also talks a bit about the Shroud. So the idea is there was a civil war that broke out between two factions of this species. That they went into the Shroud and they kept getting these boons. But it's kind of like the monkey's paw sort of a story where, you know, every time that you get the boon, it comes at the cost of something else, and they realized that they were basically destroying the galaxy. And so one group wanted to be less malevolent. Like basically they no longer wanted to be responsible for creating this hardship, whereas another group wanted to pursue power. And this led to a civil war. And that basically the last-ditch effort of the good guys in this story was to create this Zro material. That basically this powerful psionic, on the good guys' side, sort of realized it, sacrificed themselves. And it was ultimately how they went through. So, of course, this also raises some interesting implications as far as the Shroud goes, right? Which is we have definitely been tapping into the Shroud quite a bit. And in fact, the relic that we've got allows us to do it even more. But I don't feel bad about it. So far, we haven't suffered too much in terms of consequences. But it's definitely... There's another one... I don't want to go too far into this one. I think this one would be a little bit better for when people run into this. But for those of you that haven't encountered all of the endgame crises, there's actually one that I really like. The progenitor quest lines... It is possible, for some of them at least, that they are not fully gone. That in fact, under certain circumstances, it is possible for some of these species that you read about to show up during a crisis. And again, it's just another great example of how Stellaris can lead to these really, really fun and interesting developments.
Have claimed a
okay,
new world.
I am utterly
Construction
fascinated
complete.
by the fact that... So I get that the Gearoid want it. I'm very curious why the Zaxoids don't. And if the Vitresis Hive joins the opposition, the matter's dead. Okay, so we'll do our shake and bake on Ushikaran. We don't really need the gene clinics anymore because we don't have the, we don't have the penalty to growth, but it doesn't hurt either. We've got a bubbling swamp, so we will build a gas extraction well as well. And I guess we'll grab some generators too. Alright, Gauss Cannon. This updated version of the old coil gun design is even more destructive than the latest railgun designs. It is capable of launching projectiles with incredible accuracy and speed. Last game was fun but easy. You'll increase the difficulty, but fun fact, I don't remember if from an anomaly or something else, but you accepted the arrival of a strange entity, the worm. Okay, I know where this is coming. In your home system, which converted all of the planets in that system, even barren worlds, into habitable tomb worlds. You just changed the climate to your species, and you got something like 12 planets in the home system alone. Yep. So what you encountered is the Horizon Signal, which was added as a free DLC as part of the Leviathans update. So the Leviathans update was actually named Kennedy after the author of it, Alexis Kennedy. Probably best known for founding Fail Better Games, which developed a game called Sunless Sea. He had left Fail Better and sort of was doing what he called a Ronin year, sort of working for different studios. So I think Telltale was one of them. I think he was a consultant on a forthcoming strategy game strategy RPG called Burden of Command. And then founded Weather Factory, which released a game called Cultist Simulator, which was actually a really nice big source of growth for the channel, at least as far as YouTube was concerned. I believe it was, I don't know if he's still here, but Zenkoshu was talking about it a little bit earlier. So that was a specific DLC event that was brought in. If you're curious, essentially what happens is every time you visit a black hole system, there is a small probability that you get the Horizon Signal. And that's what triggered it. So it's actually not an anomaly so much as there is a trigger that you can choose to pick up, which has a very low probability, but of course overall of the different playthroughs you're likely to run into it. And there's actually been quite a bit of written about like how it works, which I rather enjoyed. But I think as soon as you mentioned running into a strange entity, the worm, I'm like, I know what you're talking about. That is definitely a very memorable sequence. And I had a lot of fun going through that one. Okay, we've got a spare base worker, and I really don't want to give up. The one thing I would be willing to do would be to convert some of these things into city districts so that I can get more alloy foundries. But the problem I have right now is I'm out of workers. And it's a slave type. So let's resettle them onto my generator world. Moscot will do. Okay, let's also get our logistics offices and the remaining details. So there's nothing wrong with adding a hyperlane register, because that'll just get me... Wait a minute. I don't think my trade's long enough with that. Okay, let's maybe skip the hyperlane register. We can build resource silos, though. And let's actually take a minute and just see... Okay, so I'm going to leave Kara alone. Maisa. This was sort of just a nice to have. I suppose because there's a wormhole here, I should be building more defensive structures, but it would also be kind of nice if I could have the extra shipyards. I think I will still go for the shipyards. I am, however, going to put the jammers and the uplink computers. Okay, risers got teeth. I know this is going to be a little tedious, but I think a listening post makes a... Well, hang on. Command center probably makes more sense if I think this is gonna... Yeah. Jabba. Okay, that's another defensive one, so... And we don't yet have a communications jammer, so that's a priority. Mestros, we are all ready to go. Knights... I guess was defending... Trade? What's the deal? Why did I put a bunch of armaments on knights? I think I should actually be changing that. Yeah, I'm actually going to make this a full anchorage. And we'll start with a resource silo, but I think there's other things I can do there. Okay, Intham for some reason I felt was okay not to have the... Okay, well that's internal. And we're out of alloys. Oh, that beautiful influence. See, I do kind of want to see how this turns out. I'd prefer, above all, if the Zaxoids would turn into supporters of this. Because at that point, the Vitresis Hive would become irrelevant. But as long as the Gearoids oppose... The Endurga Successor Khanate has made peace with the true Endurga Horde, and it looks like the Successor Khanate took a big bite out of the... Oh, wow. Okay. So if I get a chance, I want to eat these guys. They're guaranteed by the Zaxoids. Okay. We're definitely not going to wind up... we're definitely not going to wind up being on the same side with them. I do think, though... Like, I don't have a lot to fear from... I don't have a whole lot to fear from the Zaxoids. So I still might... Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking I might try and vassalize these guys. The problem is that like all of these systems don't really mean a whole lot. It's going to be a little tricky to try and get to a spot where I can gobble them up.
Our ships have been improved.
All right, digging it. Clearing away the rubble is a painstaking and risky business. Workers and equipment have been hoisted down hundreds of meters to a dig site, and excavated rubble has to be lifted out. There have been numerous casualties and accidents while working in these trying conditions, but progress is being made, and every day we venture deeper. The walls of the crater are worn and cracked by time, but they plunge unerringly straight down into the planet's core. We can still only speculate how deep it goes, as something in the depths is garbling our sensor readings. Keep digging. You've always been impressed by the alien art. Yeah, I mean, the anniversary portrait was kind of neat. I did see one of the streams that we hosted used a Necroid Empire, so I had to confess, while I didn't buy Necroids, I do have to admit that that is a very attractive set of portraits for sure. And again, it's definitely one of the things that I think is such a treat for me is I can definitely think of how like some of the portraits have definitely made me think of a species, and like how how I would want them to look, or sort of like what. Like basically, they've inspired me to make a particular kind of species, which I thought was interesting. It's rare for a game to do something like that, right?
Complete.
So I was pretty happy. Okay, Vitresis have declared the Zaxoids their rival, and okay. So I guess the question is, how committed am I to guaranteeing their independence?
System survey complete.
This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. So Gearoids are now... Okay. Everybody's basically positioning themselves to make my life difficult. More refugees. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, I'm not going to do any more conversions until we get rid of the bombing. And I've been ignoring Iblira, which needs a worker. Well, that's inconvenient. Because this is supposed to be an industrial world, so that I don't actually want to put all that much. If I really, really wanted... Okay, I'll put down a stronghold for starters. I might have to do some migrations, though. Especially these days where 3D graphics dominate, but Paradox Interactive did the work to make beautiful 2D artwork. It adds so much depth to the game. You know, I do think there are some games that are really making the most of 2D assets. So this isn't... Like, I don't mean to suggest this is like a pioneering example, but it's the one that I first think of. Like Dawn of War 3... So obviously, you know, it's Warhammer 40k. You sort of have an idea about what you're signing up for. It's very distinct artistic style. And yet there are little in-between cinematics. And I think they did a very effective job of telling the story. They did a good job of using some sound and a series of sort of these almost like motion paintings. So they're 2D images, but they are presented in such a way that it kind of creates impressions of motion. And I think that's a really effective way of working as well. Stellaris has this nice advantage in the sense that because there is sort of this role-playing element just lying underneath, that you can have a description like this and a really well-chosen bit of artwork, and your brain is able to sort of do the work in between. But I do like the fact that more games are sort of embracing a willingness to use other art styles. Actually, you know what? Another really good example of this would be Industries of Titan. Industries of Titan has a wonderful voxel-based art style, but if you see the opening trailer for it, admittedly it is animated, but I think probably some of the most striking images in it are not necessarily because there's a lot of action happening inside of the animation, but rather it is it's a they chose some very specific shots that I think will give you some ideas of what's happening to the people in the industry that you're building. And I think that's a particularly interesting choice, given the fact that there is actually an opening cinematic when you start the game, like when you actually start your play session. And so it's very clear that Brace Yourself Games has the capabilities of producing fully animated 3D intros. And yet for that sort of, that opening trailer, for that opening moment that will sort of set the tone for the rest of the game, they decided to use 2D art. But your point's well taken, Hempage. Like it's really wonderful to see companies doing a great job of sort of focusing their resources in a way that will enhance the experience overall. And in this case, it's sort of, I suppose, the artistic equivalent of working smart, not necessarily hard. Although obviously anybody working in games is also working very hard. Our detailed survey of Dagantu 3 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay, so this was probably the most important set of construction that I needed to make because this is my most valuable trade corridor. And you'll notice that everything has got sort of the white skull and bones. Oh, that's not entirely true. Jebin's Maelstrom and Zorf are both still are both still at risk. Interesting. Okay, so this and it looks like we also have in the Beatrice system. Okay, well, let's just make sure that we're not. Okay, so Kajalam is going to take care of most of this. Yeah, Kajalam's going to take most of this. This clearly has not been handled. So why is Araness? Oh, it's because Araness is in Anchorage. Well, that's fine. I'm just trying to think of the smartest way that I can... Okay, well, tell you what. I am going to build a base in Jebin's Maelstrom. So then we'll have 4 more. And then I suppose another question would be, what are some of my highest trade value planets? Now, this is obviously a function of age as much as anything. So we'll upgrade Sawa. Oh, we don't have the alloys for it. What's on Kara Binam? Kara Binam is the capital. So that one I can't really change around because I've already got my shipyards and I'm going to eventually build Titan yards. Do you see a terraforming candidate worlds in the colonization page? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you talking about... You're not talking about the expansion planner, are you?
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
All right, we were waiting for this. So, psionic shields. Costs us Zro, which, if you're curious, we've got 16k and we're currently mining 34 a turn. These extremely powerful shields are generated out of pure psychic energy by a cadre of psionic specialists. Their powers are further augmented by large arrays of psi emitters. Yeah, it's a good question. I suspect it wouldn't show them to me because I don't have the tech, but I've, to be honest with you, I've never really checked. I know some of these worlds aren't even necessarily inside of my borders. I'm just taking the opportunities to, to look at some new things. Okay, so I can also do a psionic barrier, which is probably not nearly as good, but it's cheap. So we'll knock one of those out, and then right. I said I was going to wait for the fight with the Great Tempest. So this is a good dress rehearsal. This is admittedly an old fleet, but I want to see how much we lose going up against a single mothership. More importantly, I want to get an idea of how... Well, I guess the after-action report will tell us. Alright, well, we already lost one ship. Yeah, so one of our screening ships was lost. That's not the end of the world. I definitely want to take a science ship to it, though, so where's the closest free one? That's not a science ship. They're all clustered in the same area. That's inconvenient. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't worry too much about them. Like, I guess the big one for me is that I get the experience for exploring, or for surveying them. There's not really... I don't really see much of a downside. If at the very least, if I have a planet that I forget about, you know, it's the... I guess the worst that I experience is mild embarrassment. But... yeah, it's, you know, once I get climate restoration, I will probably try and go to, I'll probably try and think a little bit more about how I can take advantage of them. My suspicion is, and again, it's been a while since I've gotten climate restoration and like I was really paying attention to it, but I think what will happen is that getting the climate restoration tech will suddenly put a bunch of like red icons all over my, you know, well, actually, I guess this one already is here. But I have a feeling that probably it will give me a signal that's not currently on the screen. And obviously the ones within my borders are the ones that will cost me the least to pursue. And then if there are expansion opportunities, then, you know, I'll worry about it later. But I'll be honest, like, I just don't think about them too much because, you know, it's an event that pops up and I just have other things that I need to worry about. So... Tegalian 1 seems to exhibit one and only one interesting geological feature. How important is it nowadays to colonize planets versus empire sprawl? Well, I'm definitely overextended, so I'm paying twice as much in my tech costs, and it's really hard for me to justify it because I haven't built a tech world in a really, really long time. So, I don't know, my view on this has not really changed since Empire Sprawl took the form that it currently has, which is, I don't see Empire Sprawl or going past Empire Sprawl as inherently bad. The question is just how are you going to pay for the... Like, basically, you want to answer how are you going to pay for the penalties that you're incurring. So, like, the fact of the matter is that I really only have an additional 50... like command points to play with my fleets. Is that going to stop me from building a third full strength fleet? Of course not. Like I'm going to run in and I'm going to do what I can with it. But I do want to make sure that I have the alloys and the energy to be able to back up a fleet that's past the cap. And then, of course, over time, I would like to make sure that I build up my infrastructure in such a way that I don't need to worry as much about the costs of maintaining a fleet like that. I also don't think, it's tradition, campaigns, rare resource, and tech that hurts you on Empire Sprawl. One thing that I do think is different now and is worth mentioning, especially given that I'm so espionage focused, you do actually get penalties to code breaking. And I can show you sort of the reverse of it. So let's go to... So we're routine. So this is actually only going to get better for them. So their code breaking is very weak relative to our encryption. When conducting espionage on us, they experience these effects. Minus 40 maximum infiltration, minus 40% progress, and plus 4 operation difficulty. For us, it's routine. We used to actually have a better rating, and I'm assuming that they're just, getting better at protecting their secrets. But for very high sprawl empires, I believe they do get penalties to encryption. And so, you want to sort of balance the you do want to balance the risks. Yeah, so I mean, like, we've already got a bunch of bureaucratic centers already under construction. The challenge is that this stuff takes time. Like, it's not always straightforward to. This is really curious. I wonder why I have a ruler all of a sudden. This happens every once in a while. I guess maybe it was one of the immigrants? But then why would they be showing up on Borobo? It's like the furthest from the... It's furthest from the site. There's not much I can do about it, though. I'll just let it decay to a normal worker, and then we should be fine. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of already working on it. And again, like... the clear problem here is that I've let Empire Sprawl go too far. Doubling your technology costs is really, really hard to justify. Back when I was, taking on Empire Sprawl to get Wentwork, well, Wentwork is a Gaia world. It has bonuses to culture and research. It has a research assistance, because that's what I imposed. And then the gardens, which would give additional culture and research work. So, like, this was an ideal world to get some extra this was an ideal world to go over a sprawl for it, because you can clearly see how this is going to be something that I see huge technological gains from. But if I'm getting this extra Empire Sprawl from, like, adding some extra industrial worlds or something like that, well, in the end, I'm gaining industrial, and maybe I'll use those industrial worlds to get some consumer goods, which will allow me to hire more researchers. But it's kind of hard to say that that's the best use of the resources. So again, personally, the way I look at it, I see Empire Sprawl as another resource to be consumed. It's a little bit like when you first learn something like Magic the Gathering. You're always like, okay, well, if my life goes to 0, I lose, and so I can't afford to, I can't afford any cards that will make me lose life. Like, why would I ever do that? Complete. And then, of course, as you get a little more sophisticated with the game, you realize, oh, okay, well, there are actually some reasons why maybe it would be okay to lose life, because I really just need to make sure that my life doesn't go to 0, and that not being at 0 is not the same as having the largest amount of life possible, and that there are in fact some strategies that might be very strong that rely on losing health. And so, again, it's some of this is just preference, but in the end, like, I just sort of see, like, as far as things that have teeth, technology and tradition adoption costs, definitely those can hurt. Traditions can be very powerful. Obviously, my piracy problems have effectively vanished with the addition of protected trade routes. Technology, I am still lagging behind the advanced start. It just happens to be that I'm pushing ahead on a few other things. But the campaign costs and the rare resource edicts, I mean, the fact of the matter is that because I have done all of that rapid expansion, we're sitting on thousands of just about every single tech that I would ever want. And as a result, it's actually not that big of a deal for me to do those expansions. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that if I had a reliable way of generating worlds that would produce twice as much research as what I would under other circumstances, I would never even consider for a second saying, okay, well, maybe I should deal with the Empire Sprawl. Now, the fact of the matter is because my Empire Sprawl is so high, there's a massive incentive for me to convert some worlds into bureaucratic centers to get that down, because then my worlds that are really good at research will just be that much more effective. But again, it's the difference between establishing like a set rule that you will use in all cases, for which I think there are very few in Stellaris. And then there are those cases where you'll be like, oh, okay, actually, what I'm giving up in order to obtain this benefit is worth it to me. And in the case of the Gaia world, like there was no question that I was willing to boost up the Empire Sprawl, because that Gaia world is basically the reason why I have not become a technological backwater. Like those crazy people in Dark Souls that use the ring requiring you to be at very low percent HP for damage multiple. Well, like that's just it. If you're really confident in your ability to dodge, like it's like I've said pretty much with every fleet that I've made in Stellaris, like one of the best forms of damage mitigation is just to annihilate the enemy before they become a factor. Right, completely leveled. A thorough geological survey of Tegalian 1 is by the ISS Tabomka reveals nothing of interest. In fact, it is extraordinarily uninteresting. Its only defining feature is its lack of defining features. There are depressions and elevations, yes, but on the whole, the surface of Tegalian 1 can be regarded as unnaturally flat. Likewise, the native flora and fauna are strikingly docile and unworthy of attention. That's good? All tile blockers have been cleared from the planet. Oh, it's a Gaia world. Where is that?
Our ships have been improved.
The Endurga are probably going to wind up getting it. All right, Psionic Barrier, which we're almost certainly not going to use. These barriers are generated out of pure psychic energy by a cadre of psionic specialists. They will be able to stop some incoming fire like our energy deflector systems, but without the prohibitive power consumption. Let's do foreign soil enrichment. Habitability is kind of an evergreen need. And Lemsa, I've been neglecting my workers. Unfortunately, unless I want to start building some commercial complexes, there's nothing for my workers to do. So, it is a slave, so let's send them to Moscot. Moscot gives me energy, so it's kind of my favorite. I build a replacement Corvette, but I have a feeling there's going to be a few improvements that get generated. You know what? Let's just... I'm in this nice little rare moment where I can actually close up some gaps without too many penalties, so at least until Tithe of the Soulless is passed. Okay, so I'm probably gonna wind up I'm going to...
System survey complete.
I'm going to revoke the guarantee. I'm also going to break the non-aggression pact. What's going on here? Oh. And the Zaxoids are okay breaking the migration treaty. Fair enough. How's slave management? Are they worth it or better free? Good question. I think it probably depends. So I just went for the default option. I think the drawback... So one of the things that makes that difficult to answer... it also occurred to me I should probably apply the template now that the fight's done. So you can take a look at the rights. So I can't recall. I believe you do get, like, I think the requirement for some of these, like, I'm pretty sure the main species you can't do basic subsistence. I believe that is required for yes, for slaves. Non-existence of species in the process of being purged, and the pops will have no upkeep. Yeah, okay. So like non-existent is not something. But yeah, so there's a few benefits. So like one, if you feel like you can take the hit to happiness, one of the big benefits here would be to reduce your upkeep. And it's meaningful, right? Like if you take a look, workers cost a fifth of what, so like your standard would be, what is the standard again? Stratified economy? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's take it from decent conditions. So being able to give yourself the difference here. So it's half for specialists, it's a fifth for workers, and slaves have no upkeep whatsoever. Now this is going to affect your your happiness, but you might have other ways of dealing with the issues, right? So like basically basic subsistence will mean that if for whatever reason you have a few like especially if you can concentrate your workers into a few worlds, and then you can build certain things like the slave processing facility, and I can't remember which world it's on. So this building will reduce the political power of slaves. So in that particular case, that means that the negative effects of slaves being unhappy have been reduced. It also means that their resource output goes up by the 5%. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that much like you would kind of expect from slavery historically, it's a really good way of getting resources at a very small cost. Of course, the catch is that sometimes the resources that you will want that comes from slavery doesn't necessarily fit very well. So, for instance, let's say we do the generator world. Actually, yeah, this would be an interesting comparison. So our technicians here, this particular unit is producing 13.9, and we can compare that to the Empire capital. So they're producing 20.3. They cost 0.9 in terms of food. Mind you, their happiness is 54%. Actually, I guess the apples to apples comparison. So at a 0.1 food... So if I do an apples to apples comparison on the capital world, my main species are producing 20.3. The slave species are producing 20.1. So there's for the happiness difference, it's a 0.2. And given the upkeep, or hang on, it's the consumer goods upkeep that I want to think about, not the food upkeep. The food upkeep, I think, stays consistent. But in this case here, basically, I'm able to get so much more. And then on top, I'm able to get more per food for that particular worker. And then on top of that, because slaves are a bit easier to obtain through the market as well as conquering other species, what it also allows you to do is take your existing species and put them in other positions where you might find them available to do other work. So again, like it's a complicated argument that I just made there. I have done the majority of my playthroughs without slaves, but I definitely feel that one of the biggest benefits for slaves for me has been that it's giving me the option to do other things with my species that I wouldn't normally have had access to. And given the fact that I had sort of a slow commercial okay, so the relationship with the Zaxoids is basically unraveling, which is fine because again, I can just demand their vassalization.
Complete. Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay, I'm just gonna manually go through this list again, just to make sure I haven't. Yeah, so most of this is obvious stuff that I'm...
Construction complete.
Okay, so I can't remember. I think Jebens was supposed to be... I believe Jebens was supposed to protect my trade, so... Let's go... Hangar Bay and a gun battery for starters. And then Black Hole Observatory. And then we'll upgrade the Starhold. Okay, so we lost the research. I think the science trip's already on its way. Okay, let's just take a quick second here on the terraforming candidate. So our detailed survey of Safaban 3 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. So I'll maybe take a quick peek at the barren worlds when I get the technology.
Species tampered with. May the spirits forgive us. Construction complete.
Okay, well, we knew that was coming. So maybe on the Tigbomb Canal? This was who I was originally going to pick anyway. But the other science ship is a higher skilled scientist, so I'm actually going to pick them. I suppose I could have bought one from the curators, but... So this one's old. He's 55 compared to 29, but he's got the brain slug. I don't know, we'll go for the young. We're actually... I have been running into some age problems with my scientists.
Construction complete.
That influence boost was pretty spectacular. Alright, hole in the ground. The excavation has hit delays as the dig site becomes increasingly toxic the deeper we go. Parts of the shaft are dangerously irradiated, probably by the catastrophic event that dug out the crater in the first place. The need for protective countermeasures and decontamination apparatus is slowing progress on the work. Thank you very much for the follow. Maybe the terraforming candidate have the name written in the gray box. Yeah, so the gray box I think is the indicator that you can work on it. So I'm actually going to do a quick... I'll let the game run while it's going on, but... So this is a great example. Iristula 5A. So it's a frozen world. No valid world to terraform to. So I suspect what happens here is climate restoration will allow you to... I think no, hang on, that's not right, because this is a gas giant.
System survey complete.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wait for the. Because it occurred to me the gray box exists because there is a resource on it. If you hit Alt, I thought if you hit Alt you'd get the names. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. For me, it's a little bit of a curiosity. Like it's not a significant dilemma for me at the moment, just because there's not really anything that I can do about it at the current moment. But it is something I'd kind of like to figure out for myself at some point. All right, I think we're going to do a trip to the Shroud, and then we will... Well, I don't know if it... Yeah. Oh, sorry, the modifier. Gotcha. That's different from the... But yeah, we're going to do one last trip to the Shroud, and then I think we have to call it for tonight, because I haven't had dinner yet, and I went an hour over already, so... We were never meant to be here. Reach into the Shroud. Something speaks to us here. Something wonderful. So, higher attractiveness. That's my deal with the devil. Now we'll do weapon strength. Conduit that our telepaths were using to connect to the Shroud collapsed on itself as several energy layers of psychic realms suddenly shifted without warning. We are being summarily ejected back into normal space. So, unfortunately, it didn't turn out this time. But yeah, I think we're going to call that here. So it's hard to say that we... Like, I'm definitely not going to argue that we got out of our box from the crises. However, we are in a much better space than we were at the start of the playthrough. So we were able to take on the Grey Tempest in the Tyrum system. We'll have a little bit of research that we can do there. We're certainly not in any condition to take on the Grey Tempest in the Gindor Black Hole. One unfortunate fact for us is that our hope that the Vitresis Hive would be affected by the Grey Tempest has not materialized. It looks like, if anything, it's going to be the successor states that get hit. I did let the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation relationship unravel, but that's just because it's more likely that I'm going to be able to vassalize them than I am to add them to a federation or otherwise get along. Which of course means that the threat from the Vitresis Hive isn't quite what it was. And that's maybe the biggest change, which is we are now considered equivalent in power to them. That's a fairly substantial change since last time. Now, in terms of numbers, we might want to, it's a little... Actually, you know what? This Empire's already supporting... I'd be wasting it though, because if they added themselves to the numbers, it wouldn't matter. I am in position 1 though. So I really want to find a way of getting this thing through. In fact, it is most likely that they would want to become an opponent to it to stop me from... Because this blunts their tech advantage. Their tech is 2278 compared to mine's, which is 1613. Although I suppose one way or the other, if we pass Charter of Workers' Rights, we get the same thing. I don't know. That's something to deal with next time around. Whatever the case, we're still behind the Fallen Empires, but we've gone from a pretty pathetic start to outdoing the advanced start. We are eventually going to go to war, but I want to go to war on my terms with them. And I do eventually want to do something to kill the Grey Tempest, because otherwise it's really gonna cause me some problems. So the next few turns will probably resemble this session here. Because of our boost to influence, we're actually going to have a much easier time closing up all of these holes in our empire. And then at that point, I suppose the question comes down to, do I really feel like I can get away with this kind of expansion? Or is my next source of expansion going to be trying to vassalize? The Zaxoid Stellar Confederation is a huge morsel to try and eat. The catch is that it's also the most convenient. Anybody else will sort of tie me up into a bunch of, a bunch of other wars that I don't necessarily want to take part of. What Fallen Empire are the Archivists? So they, in terms of title, well, I mean, the Archivists are a materialist, if that's what you're asking. The title, like the type, would count as Keepers of Knowledge, which is just below Stagnant Ascendancy. But we don't get along, is fair to say. The only thing is that I haven't really built any defenses, because if they want to take me over, like, there's nothing I can do about it, right? A single fleet of theirs is 116,000 strength, which is, of course, the reason why I need to get my house in order technology-wise. But that will happen. That's going to be a pure function of getting getting the rest of my empire up and running. I seem to remember there was another base that I wanted to build. Right, it was in the Sawa system, but I didn't have the alloys. So yeah, the one thing that I am reasonably happy with is that after a very long period of this not being true, we've actually finally secured the trade network. So in this case, there should not be any more piracy that generates, and as a result, we're going to have a very nice boost to our economy. And I think it will also be true that even for some of these more remote locations, I have a feeling that we're going to be able to lock down the trade there as well. So again, as some of these smaller colonies start building up in terms of their trade power, we're going to be seeing some. We're basically just going to be seeing the amount of cash coming in sort of rising without really having to pay anything in return. Secret Keepers versus Secret Seekers. Yeah. Which sounds like a name for my species. Anyways, I did say that was it for tonight, so thank you everybody for watching. Let me try and find somebody to host tonight. Just as a preview of coming attractions, there will be... Oh my god! Crap.
To do that, then 2.71 minutes.
I will have... Good god. Wix has got the most annoying ads on YouTube. I do have another Elder Scrolls episode recorded, but I don't think it got uploaded to... I don't think it got uploaded to Twitch yet, now that I think of it. So tomorrow there should be a new episode of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It might have to be a little bit later than 7. It is also on YouTube, but I noticed that YouTube is still processing it, so it might be that the quality is not yet at high definition. Yikes. Okay, anyways, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, pre-recorded episode. I hope it will be ready to go. Wait a minute, where did it go? Okay, yes, it is processed. It is ready to go. YouTube has improved its rate a bit. At least I hope it has. It isn't giving me the sign that it's in lower quality. So at the very least, it will be available on YouTube at 7 o'clock. I will try and have that thing ready to go at 7 tomorrow, or whenever Twitch finishes processing it. Wednesday, we're going to be back. I believe there is a new update for Phantom Brigade. So if there is a new update for Phantom Brigade, then we're going to do that. If there isn't an update for Phantom Brigade, I might stick with Industries of Titan. And then my Friday game for the next little bit is going to be Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. This does not mean that I've abandoned Hollow Knight, but I do need to get back in the habit of practicing the bosses. So that's going to take me a little while, and I will start uploading those videos when I start doing them consistently again. But as always, thank you very much for watching. Particularly, thank you for dealing with my extended goodbyes. It looks like there are a lot of Stellaris streamers, but I don't know any of them. So tell you what, if you would like to watch some Stellaris, I'm going to recommend that you hit the Stellaris button down below. And again, that is actually not a statement on any of the other streamers, so much as it is a statement on the fact that I don't know a lot of these streamers. There is, however, an Australian streamer who I don't always get a chance to raid, and that's Outworld. Outworld is playing Mortal Kombat on an original arcade machine. He has a couple, or at least had a couple of speedrun records for it. He's definitely a really hardworking and talented streamer. I'll also mention that Night Valian is currently playing Return of the Obra Dinn. So if that sounds a little bit more your speed, I can recommend him as well. But I don't get a chance to host Outworld very much. And it looks like he just recently started. Yeah, he just got started about 7 minutes ago, so I think it'd be wonderful if I can show him a little bit of support, because he's definitely shown me some, and I haven't always been able to reciprocate. So I'll see some of you tomorrow for Elder Scrolls. For those of you who like live stuff, I'll see you Wednesday. And for those of you who are only here for Stellaris, I will see you in a week. Thanks for watching for the third time. Enjoy Outworld.